right, it is 9 a.m. We'll go ahead and call this meeting, this regularly scheduled meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors to order. May we have the invocation by Rabbi Yakar from Temple Bat Yam. I believe he's online.
Just threw my neck out.
Don't rock.
Rabbi, are you able to turn on your camera?
Okay, we're having technical problems, we think on the rabbi's end, we're not sure, so we're going to go ahead and move on in the agenda. And so will you please all join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, and County Council, will you lead us?
Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, the rabbi has joined us. So good to see you this morning. Would you please join us for this morning's invocation?
I apologize for my tardiness.
No problem.
Punctual.
It's Tahoe time.
Well, I apologize.
It's okay.
Thank you for the honor of providing words of invocation this morning. I'm grateful for your efforts on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County, and I want to also thank you for holding this meeting here in beautiful South Lake Tahoe. At this time of year in the Jewish tradition, we are in the period of time called the counting of the Omer. This is a biblical command to count the days from the Exodus from Egypt to the revelation at Sinai. In synagogues the world over, there is a ritual of announcing the number of the day in this period of counting every evening, and today marks the 40th day of the Omer. It is during this 49-day period that the ancient Israelites first engaged in building a community, a society. As this board fulfills its mandate to create policy, manage budget, oversee county governance, and serve as our representatives as residents, this ritual of counting days creates an intentional awareness of the passage of time, of how we will fill each day with purpose, meaning, and potential. May you, our Board of Supervisors, strive towards your potential in continuing to craft the leadership and governance for our county. May your energies as the days of the Omer be counted towards positive and inclusive of all our citizens. And may the proclamations declared and decisions rendered today be inscribed for good as we value each passing day. May the presence of the divine, the source of creation, the mystery of the universe, whatever is our belief, encourage us to choose our words and our actions wisely, for they become how we mark each day. May each of us be endowed with the ability to lead lives of meaning and value, committed to learning each day. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present grant each of us the ability to live up to our responsibilities and to ensure each new day is met with a commitment to one another. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda, Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on May 6th?
No changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. We'll move on to our consent calendar items. Do any of my colleagues wish to comment on or pull any item for discussion? We'll start with District 1, Mr. Ferrero.
No, thank you.
Okay, District 2, Mr. Turnbull.
I have nothing
Your
to pull,
mic's not on.
nothing to pull, but I would like to dedicate this meeting in closing to Richard Mason, Uncle Fuzzy, as he was known to everybody.
Yeah, and thank you for that announcement. I think we will do that in person on May 19th as well. We'll have a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you for mentioning that. District 3, Mr. Veerkamp.
No changes, ma'am.
Okay. District 4, Ms. Parlin.
No changes.
All right. And District 5, myself, I just want to call out item number 6, which is a $7 million bond that the college will be issuing in order to build a fire academy on the college campus properties, and that is something we've been waiting for a number of years. So that's really exciting, and I just wanted to draw that to everyone's attention. All right, we will now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar. Public comment on closed session items will also be taken at this time. To be specific, we will now hear public comment on closed session items number 1 and consent items numbers 2 through 26 and item number 33. If you do wish to make public comment on any of these items, please identify which item number or numbers you will be addressing to the board. Ms. Runkle.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure to unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, are there any members present with us here in the room that would like to address the board on consent items or closed session items? Okay, seeing no one, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So this is on agenda item 18, which I did send an email on. I want to thank Supervisor Parlin for the response and the comments, just to make sure that I understood where things were located. In addition to my question of how all of a sudden did the funding split when it was previously 100%, I had in fact gone through prior agenda items. I didn't see it discussed there unless it was agenda item that wasn't linked in this particular item. So I'm curious how all of a sudden 55% of this won't be funded through TIF. But then in addition, I also went back today, and in the August approval for REY, last year it was originally $508,682. So although the hourly changes are included in this agenda item, there's no new summary of the total increase that's going to be to their particular agreement. So I think those things are helpful to know how the money's being spent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Richard Landgraf.
Yes, and please remind me if this is the appropriate time for comments on the residential waste service, or is that later for the meeting?
That's going to be our next public comment, so not right now.
Wonderful, then I'll
like
wait till
5-10
then.
minutes. Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. Dean Getz speaking. I am urging you, I'll go as far as to demand that you pull item number 11, 26-0775. That is the adoption of LSL CPA's fiscal year 25 audit report. That should be immediately pulled from consent for public discussion. Number one, this isn't a routine business item. The consent calendar is strictly for non-controversial administrative matters. and to bury a materially misstated comprehensive annual financial audit on the consent counter is a procedural trick designed to bypass public scrutiny and get the county in further trouble. It's based on a fraudulent management representation. This audit relies on a management representation letter signed by the county's auditor controller, Joe Harn. Mr. Harn has recently admitted in writing via public records request that his office utilized a phantom, unsupported math manipulation of the CFD 1992 park limits. He's admitted that the CFD adopted or absorbed a multi-million-dollar park construction liability from a private developer using this math. The auditors have now made themselves complicit by signing a management representation that actively hides this unrecorded liability, and the auditor controller's management letter that doesn't reveal this fraud. LSL CPAs was provided with a documented evidence of a whistleblower complaint filed with multiple regulatory agencies, including the California False Claims Unit of the Attorney General's office. Those active investigations require the board to formally investigate this cover-up, which results in an unconstitutional gift of public funds related to the Village J Parkland and the CFD manipulation, which is, again, currently subject to an active whistleblower complaint with the Attorney General's office, the SEC, and the IRS. It is your fiduciary responsibility as our supervisors of the County of El Dorado. You cannot legally adopt an audit report that has these sorts of misrepresentations. I urge you to pull it, actively discuss it, rather than just rubber stamp the fictitious ledger and making yourselves complicit on an ongoing false claim against the taxpayers. Please pull item number 11. That is 26-0775. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Nina Watkins.
Hello, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nina Watkins, and I'm here representing El Dorado Hills Town Center and El Dorado Hills Arts and Entertainment Foundation. I'd like to make public comment on item number 27. Is that part of this, or shall I wait till the next segment as well?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Watkins. If you would please hold that comment for right now, that'll be our next round of public comments.
I appreciate it. Will do.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Debbie's iPhone.
Well, apparently I'm incorrect too, so I do want to comment on 27 also.
That'll be
Hello?
next. Thank you.
Okay.
That'll be next.
There's no further public comment.
Okay, great. Are there any staff members that would like to reply to any of the public comments or add any information? Seeing no one, we will bring this item back to the board for action. Ms. Runkle.
Approval of the consent calendar with no changes and a comment from Supervisor Lane on item number 6.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll move.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, please.
Ms. Barden.
I just want to make sure that, and I see our auditor controllers here, that we're covered on item 11, because if there's any concerns, I'd like to continue that item.
Okay, Mr. Harn, you are present. Would you like to comment on that?
There was a limitation on how much, a limitation in the development agreement that expired in 2009 for CFD 1992-1, basically the Serrano subdivision. There was a limitation on how much Mello-Roos money could be spent on developing parks in the development agreement that expired in 2009. The community service the development agreement called for the developer to build a park near Bass Lake. We'll just call it that, a park near Bass Lake. The Community Service District wrote the county and said they would rather build the park themselves. Your board eventually entered into, or the former board eventually entered into an agreement with Parker Development Company and the Community Service District where they would take over the responsibility for building the park, and we would continue to hold $3.5 million of bond proceeds to use for them to construct the park. The concept of that being fraud or a material omission or a material problem with the county's financial statements, I strongly disagree with.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I would urge you not to continue the item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harn. Supervisor Parlin, does that
I'm good.
help you? Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That was the timer. Okay, thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. All right, public comment, please, on the rest of the agenda items. To be specific, we will now hear public comment on items 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 34. Please identify which item or items you will be addressing to the board at this time. Ms. Runkle.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure to unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Runkle. We will now take public comment on items 27 through 32, including item 34 at this time. Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to address the board on any of those items? Okay, seeing none, may we go on Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants, taking public comment from Nina Watkins.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Again, this is Nina Watkins, and I'm here representing the El Dorado Hills Town Center and the El Dorado Hills Arts and Entertainment Foundation. I'm here to respectfully ask you for your support in directing staff to begin drafting an ordinance that would allow for the creation of entertainment zones in El Dorado County, consistent with SB 969. This is a first step, giving the county the ability to explore and define what an entertainment zone could look like under your direction and control. Entertainment zones are already being implemented across California. They allow for controlled, permitted outdoor beverage service within clearly defined boundaries during approved days and hours and for special events or community activations. It is important to emphasize that this is not a continuous or open-ended activity. It is a structured, scheduled, basically program and can be turned on or off at the county approval, based on county approval. At its core, this is about economic development and community vitality. From our research and conversations with other cities and municipalities such as San Francisco, Sacramento, Auburn, and Redding, we've seen consistent outcomes. These zones increase foot traffic and local spending, support restaurants and small businesses, and create a reason for residents to stay local rather than traveling to neighboring regions. They also provide a safe and organized environment for community gathering. At Town Center, we have submitted a detailed management plan that outlines how this would operate in a controlled and responsible way. That includes defined boundaries, limited hours of operation, on-site security, ID verification and wristband systems, restrictions on containers, and clear signage and enforcement measures. In addition, the El Dorado Hills Arts and Entertainment Foundation is proposed as the lead entity. This creates a single accountable operator responsible for coordination, compliance, and communication with the county staff and law enforcement. This agenda item is about creating structured framework where expectations, responsibilities, and controls are clearly defined. Ultimately, this is a low-risk and high-impact opportunity. It supports local businesses, strengthens communities, and provides the county with a flexible tool to thoughtfully activate its commercial areas without requiring new infrastructure or long-term commitments. As outlined in the materials provided to the board, this approach has been successful in other communities and can be tailored specifically to meet the standards and priorities of El Dorado County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Richard Landgraf.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. This is regarding the residential waste service. Over the span of the last few weeks, I received 2 communications from the county, one undated about a proposed mandatory trash service that primarily benefits a private trash company granted a monopoly control by El Dorado and Placer counties. Second, proposed expanding benefits to a limited group of El Dorado County short-term rental permit holders. Individually, these proposals may seem reasonable to some board members. Together, they expose a deeper problem in the community has already seen. The thinking on this seems incredibly insular and self-serving. I need to be reminded this is 2026, 1926. You continue restricting short-term permit using an arbitrary 500-foot rule in El Dorado County, locking many non-permanent homeowners out. At the same time, you propose expanding benefits to short-term rental owners so they can host more tourists and generate more income. On top of that, you propose lower trash rates to the short-term rental owners and permanent residents while forcing non-short-term rental owners who are already excluded from participation to subsidize everybody else. This is not about limiting tourism, protecting El Dorado County, or the community benefits described in the county's letter. It's about controlling who benefits, maximizing those benefits for a select group, and shifting the costs to those you exclude. The community also understands the real issue behind the trash proposal. For years, El Dorado County has restricted short-term rentals, while neighboring Placer County has broadly allowed them, with mandatory service for their trash requirements. Now, private trash providers know this and is effectively demanding the same economic model in El Dorado County because there are not enough mandated customers to sustain service at current levels. El Dorado is created different rules and is asking residents to absorb the consequences. At the same time, many of these residents are facing major utility water increases tied to regional fire suppression upgrades. For some cases, this is approaching $1,700 or more a year annually. Now you're proposing another layer on top of that, which would add another 24%. Public agencies do not sell products. They provide services that depend on transparency, fairness, and public trust. The board may hold a monopoly authority over these services, but it also holds a fiduciary duty to the public. The actions leading up to this meeting have undermined that trust. These are the wrong proposals and need serious
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Again, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, actually, I want to address item number 27. I definitely also support that, particularly starting at El Dorado Hills Town Center. But I would also like to make the comment that as you're looking at it, don't make the fees for special event applications too expensive. I know fees can be attractive to try to have as much as you can get, but I would say try to limit that. But then I want to go to agenda item 28, which is what I sent an email on. If anybody hasn't read it, definitely I have one request to potentially add in the publication of the agenda time. This is for the Planning Commission bylaws, for those that aren't aware. So it would be nice to actually have those documented so we can know how long in advance we should expect to see consistently Planning Commission agendas posted. Then the other two items were on section 5K and then 5L. Both of them have some wording that almost makes it seem like there needs to be some additional information. So on the first one, 5K, it states that if an item impacts staff resources, they go to the Board of Supervisors. But there's no process outlined for that. And then actually what would be the threshold of time or level of effort that, maybe if it's an hour for staff resources or 2 hours, maybe that's not as big deal as, a 10 to 30 hour level of effort. And then finally, in regards to their bylaws, we already have county code reference that states that it's not effective until the Board of Supervisors approves. So maybe instead of kind of leaving that open-ended, state that they can in fact revise or amend through resolution their bylaws. However, then also reference the existing county code that states that it still needs to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. I think that would provide some clarity in the instructions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, El Dorado County resident. I just would like to note that, for the record, if you do the math, I have 25 seconds on each item, which I don't think is reasonable, but I will start and do what I can. So about the first one, which is, I don't have the presentation, and I always learn a lot, but it seems in general be a great idea. Hopefully you will listen about the fees, because I've experienced how, when you're in a budget crunch, you try to make money, not necessarily you, but other counties and stuff like that. So I second that thought, and then it's my assumption that all the complaints we hear about certain areas being too loud and all of that will be incorporated into your approval of these entertainment zones. And then on the Planning and Building Commission, I hope and look forward to a good, robust conversation, since I've had nothing but positive experiences, but so many of my fellow citizens have less than positive experiences with the Planning Commission. Emergency medical services, I'm just expressing my concerns. As I've shared, my wife of 45 years died, and we had plenty of these emergency transports. I also know that there's a lot of corporate involvement as they're consolidating, and as I spoke to some of the people that came, they were not very happy with cost cutting and stuff like that. And I'm even concerned about the physician responsible for the patient, because if you're in a hospital, that physician can change every other day. They have really no personal understanding of the patient, and then you're ending up there as the concerned partner, working with these wonderful emergency technicians and whatnot, but with inadequate resources driven by the corporate cost cutting. I hope you're taking a good look at all of those different things. Item 30 certainly seems like a great idea, and I just hope that you figure out a way to get all of us to use more and more public, because I was surprised to read that when I rent an EV and all of that, even go hiking, we're all contributing to the challenges of Lake Tahoe as we shed micro rubber and all of that kind of stuff. So the more we can keep less tires on the road, I think the better for kind of the jewel of El Dorado County, which is the Tahoe Basin. And now that I live in Pollock Pines, I've got to experience the snow removal. When I've gone out to Lake Tahoe, I was actually very impressed by the city, where they were clearing the bike lanes and the pedestrian walkways.
3 minutes.
But maybe you can do that in the future.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Debbie's iPhone.
Good morning again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am speaking on item 27 as well. I'm Debbie Manning, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce, President and CEO. I've already sent comments in to you all as far as the support from the Chamber as far as entertainment zones. I kind of just want to touch on a vision for entertainment zones, a little bit different perspective. Creating lively, welcoming spaces where residents and visitors want to spend time. Supporting our restaurants, our retailers, our wineries, our breweries, entertainment venues, and service businesses through increased foot traffic. Encouraging tourism by offering unique destination-style experiences in our business districts. Providing flexibility for special events, outdoor dining, live music, seasonal activities, and community celebrations. Strengthening partnerships between businesses, property owners, our local government, public safety, and community organizations. Helping El Dorado County strive to become business-friendly by embracing creative tools that support commerce while maintaining safety, local character, and our quality of life. Entertainment zones can be especially valuable in established and emerging business districts throughout the county, including El Dorado Hills Town Center and other areas where businesses would benefit from increased activity and destination appeal. Our goal is to work together with the county, business owners, property owners, and community stakeholders to ensure entertainment zones are implemented responsibly, safely, and in a way that reflects the needs of each community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from 390.
Good morning, Board. This is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction out here. Sadly, not live from some ski resort. Anyway, item number, it's the trash item. Where'd it go? That would be item number 32. Also, this methodology of commenting before a hearing is held is, I'll say it, ridiculous. We have no idea what is going to be discussed other than what's in the agenda item, and we all know that the presentation by staff and others is often clarifying for a number of things or confusing, such that specific comments are needed. Anyway, item 32, I'm wondering, is there mandatory garbage pickup on all parts of the county? It's a question to staff that I'm just wondering about, because not everybody needs garbage collection. Some people generate little, if any, garbage, and to pay X amount of dollars per month and take up space with a huge garbage container is a little silly. Item 30, Emerald Bay Shuttle. Hopefully this works out well. It seemed to be okay last year, but be interesting to find out what the presentation is. And we could have made more intelligent comments. And snow removal, once again, hard to, item 31, hard to say because we don't know exactly what staff is going to say. But we'll see. We don't like this system. So please think about a better way to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. Are there any staff that want to answer any questions? The only question I really heard was right at the end, which was, are other jurisdictions, do they have mandatory garbage? Does anybody need to speak to that, or?
I think
We'll hit it
Jeff
on the
can handle that
presentation.
when he does the presentation.
Perfect. Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and move on to our time certain presentation on the Emerald Bay Shuttle. Ms. Runkle, will you read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 30 comes from Supervisor Lane recommending the board receive a presentation on the Emerald Bay Shuttle and Parking Management 2026 pilot program.
I would like to welcome, and I'm very honored to present Devin Middlebrook, who I served with on a previous city council. He has served as mayor, and he's currently works for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and he will be presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you all for being up here at the lake this morning in this beautiful portion of El Dorado County. Here today to talk about the Emerald Bay Shuttle and Parking Management Pilot Program for 2026 and recap a little bit of the 2025 season. Next slide. I just want to start by saying thank you to this board. It was October 2024 that you all, at least the folks that were on the board in 2024, visited Emerald Bay with many partners in the region to look at the Vikings Home parking lot and talk about the solutions to the challenges in that area, preserving access, preserving the beauty of that area. So just want to continue to thank you, your staff, the Board of Supervisors have been engaged since then and continue to be engaged in supporting solutions for this part of the county. So really just want to emphasize that. Next slide. And then for the members that may not have been on that tour, if you want to go up to Vikings Home and get shown around, just let me know and I'd be happy to meet you up there. Just a little bit of context setting, zooming out from Emerald Bay. Emerald Bay is along the State Route 89 corridor on the west shore of Lake Tahoe in El Dorado County. And you can really think of the solutions needed as corridor-wide solutions from the Placer County, El Dorado County line in Tahoma down to the city of South Lake Tahoe 15th Street area. And really that has some distinct parks, Sugar Pine State Park at the north, Meeks Bay, Rubicon Bay, Emerald Bay, and then Pope to Baldwin. Some of those have residential neighborhoods in them and others are purely recreation and public lands. In 2020, stakeholders came together and adopted a corridor plan for the region after extensive public input from hundreds of community members. Next slide. And the vision of that corridor plan was to preserve this icon of the county by increasing travel choices to the area. You see on this picture a beautiful, tranquil morning with bikers at Emerald Bay. That is not always the reality. Next slide. On an average summer day, this is more what you could have expected prior to this pilot program, and still today in the Bay, really more demand for those recreation areas and assets for visitors than we can really safely and economically and environmentally accommodate without public safety issues that you can see here. So enter El Dorado County and Supervisor Lane in 2024. She brought together stakeholders to talk about solutions to this corridor and specifically at Emerald Bay with the goal of launching a shuttle and parking management pilot, which we did in 2025. That program was a success with nearly 5,000 riders taking the shuttle from both North and South Shore to Emerald Bay, blocking off 50 dangerous roadside parking spaces, increasing signage, enforcement, and education in the corridor. And partners were so happy with the results of that program, we're bringing it back again in 2026. Next slide. So it's not just about the shuttle, it really is about holistic solutions at Emerald Bay. So we've got the shuttle, but we also have parking management where we're trying to remove some of those dangerous and illegal roadside parking spaces and not remove access to the public, but really shift those to the transit option so people still have the freedom to go to Emerald Bay and visit Emerald Bay, whether you're a resident of El Dorado County or a visitor to our area. We're really focusing on education and making sure people know about the shuttle and know how to safely get to Emerald Bay with less hassle. Working with the California Highway Patrol on added parking enforcement on weekends. And then also some long-term planning. So last year, Caltrans, who owns and operates the highway through the corridor, completed a road safety audit and are programming short, medium, and long-term infrastructure improvements in the corridor, such as additional signage, sidewalks potentially connecting the different parking lot areas and other safety improvements throughout the corridor, not just for the recreation access, but people who commute through the corridor or transit and freight that goes through delivering goods and services along the West Shore. And then finally, California State Parks is working on rebuilding the Vikings Home parking lot, which is at its really end of life with sinkholes underneath it. It really does need to be replaced. But instead of just rebuilding the same parking lot, they're really thinking about how to enhance the visitor experience and integrate with transit and future potential bike path connections. Next slide. So the 2026 program, we've changed a little bit and improved based on what we learned in 2025. So the goal is to operate from Memorial Day, Monday of Memorial Day, May 25th, through Labor Day, September 7th. If you recall, last year that shuttle program ran from about mid-July to the end of September. That's because we were doing the road safety audit with Caltrans in July, and they wanted to see the current conditions. So we've moved that shuttle time up to really more align with the busy summer season. The fare will be $5 for one-way, $10 for round trip, and we also will have reduced fares for children, adults over 65, people with disabilities, veterans, and Medicare card holders. So we want to make sure this is accessible to everyone. Next slide. Like last year, it'll operate 7 days a week, and you can see the hours there, 9 to 5 on weekdays and 8 to 5 on weekends. We did shift those hours there a little bit earlier because we wanted to make sure people could get out to Emerald Bay. It will run from the Y in South Shore up to Sugar Pine State Park in the North Shore, with stops at the Y, Camp Richardson, obviously Emerald Bay, and then Sugar Pine. And then the one change is the Y last year was only on weekends. This year it will be 7 days a week. Next slide. I want to thank this county and the Air Quality Management District for supporting this program with a grant. And additionally, the county and Tahoe Transportation District received a grant from TRPA, and additional funding support from Placer County, El Dorado, again, which thank you again, Keep Tahoe Blue and the Tahoe Fund, Sierra State Parks Foundation, and many other partners. This year, we're going to accommodate non-reservation walk-on passengers to really fill those seats and grab people. Hey, maybe you didn't plan for going to Emerald Bay on the shuttle, but you're at Camp Rich or Sugar Pine State Park, and you see the shuttle, and you're like, oh, that looks convenient, I'll jump on. So we really want to make sure we're filling those seats and being accessible to the public. As I mentioned, the Y Transit Center will have 7-day-a-week service. We are looking at potentially boosting cellular connectivity on those vehicles, but that's still to be determined, and really promoting connections to main fixed line transit services and micro transit services on North and South Shore for that seamless experience. So folks can, if they're staying in any of the hotels in the State Line area here in South Shore or up in Tahoe City or Kings Beach, they don't need to drive, park, then get on the shuttle. It can really be a seamless experience where they can walk out of their front door or their hotel room and get on a bus and get on transit to Emerald Bay. Next slide. As I mentioned, parking management is also a big aspect of this. It really just is frankly dangerous in that corridor in the summer where people park and they frankly ignore any signage that's there. We really have found that no parking signs don't discourage people as much as they should. So during last year's pilot, we blocked off about 50 parking spaces with those temporary barriers you see there in that picture. And in those areas where there were parking barriers, it was a much calmer experience driving through the corridor, traveling through the corridor, and there was a lot less chaos going on in that public safety. But we did see that people moved to other areas and parked in other areas, so we are looking to expand the parking management and barriers for the summer a little bit north of Vikings Home along that viaduct where it's a really small shoulder and people walk through. So we want to make sure we're targeting the areas where public safety is the biggest issues in the corridor. Next slide. In terms of the shuttle and reservations, hopefully the shuttle reservation portal will be opening soon, and would love to work with this county and your public information officers to get information out to residents of the county and visitors to the county, so we'll share that information with staff when it's available, and we really would look to your support on spreading the word about the shuttle. And then finally, on parking enforcement, I got these pictures from CHP here up at the lake. Next slide, sorry. And just again illustrating the challenges there. You see this vehicle on the image on the right. He's not just parked on the shoulder, he's parked in the highway and just leave their vehicle there. There's challenges with towing capacity. A tow truck has to come from South Shore, drive all the way up to Emerald Bay, hook up the car, turn around, drive all the way back to South Shore. So unfortunately, the towing capacity, we can't really get all these cars, and CHP officers will tell you They pull that car out of there with a tow truck, and instantly someone pulls right back in. This county has already, and this Board of Supervisors has already increased the illegal parking fine, which you have authority over, from $50 to $100. And really, that still isn't changing behavior. People will be like, oh, $100, that's fine, we'll pay that. On the Nevada side, it's up to $305 with that amount posted on the no parking signs. And that's where we've really started to see that behavior change. But I really want to emphasize this isn't about just going and writing a bunch of tickets. We really want to use the ticketing as a last resort. We want the infrastructure to just make it where people can't park dangerously and illegal and provide those alternative options like transit and off-highway parking. So really this enforcement is last resort, but we did have contracted overtime CHP support on weekends last year and plan to do that again this year. And that really made a huge difference. Just seeing the officers out there in person really does change behavior and stops people from at least doing the most egregious of the parking violations that you see in that corridor. So really this is the public safety component of the plan.
And before you leave that slide, I'm going to interject a couple times. That could exactly be that vision right there. Could be the same thing on State Route 49 at the confluence up in Cool. And so I'm going to have a request at the end of this presentation, but I want everybody to see that photo and the prior one with the cars could have interchanged with at the confluence. So I will have an ask probably with your ask, just so you know, Devin.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Supervisor Parlin. I think there are solutions we're testing here that could absolutely be applied elsewhere in the county, and especially at that intersection of highways where Caltrans's job is to deliver people through the highway and have travel through the highways, not necessarily that recreation access. So there is a conflict there that hopefully we can share with you and get solutions down to other parts of the county as well.
Thank you.
Comment.
Next slide. That's actually a great transition
Yep, right
to my
there.
last slide for county support opportunities. I think just continue being a partner and an active partner in solutions. It's been great having the county participate, not just Supervisor Lane, but staff from multiple departments in the county, and really appreciate all of them. So just keep doing what you're doing and supporting the corridor. You know, I mentioned the illegal parking ticket amounts. The county does have control over that. So increasing that to get closer to what we see on the Nevada side to discourage the behavior of parking. And then if you do increase those again, working with Caltrans to then post that amount in the corridor to really be that discouragement for people parking dangerously and illegally. And then we haven't even mentioned the boating aspect side of it, but we have been working and having conversations with the sheriff's office and the boat crew up here. You guys have a boat crew on the water during summers for public safety. And they have mentioned, needing to work on Emerald Bay boating safety. Right now, there's conflicts with county code saying 15 miles an hour, local TRPA code saying 5 miles an hour. So coming to a compromise at 10 miles an hour there. And then more importantly, also banning the towing behind boats in the bay. So wakeboards, wake surfing, water skiing, tubing. You get little kids on a tube there, and there's just conflicts there that the sheriff has identified. So another opportunity for the county to improve public safety in the bay on the water side. So next slide. I want to thank you all for allowing me to come speak to you today, and for you all being up at the lake this morning and this afternoon. With that, I'll turn it back to Supervisor Lane with any questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrook. That was a lot of information, and thank you for getting through it so quickly. But I do want to give an opportunity to my colleagues to make any comments or additional questions if you have them. Ms. Parlin, do you want to start us?
I do. So thank you for acknowledging we did in 2021 increase the fines to the $100, and that's as high as we could go as a county. To go any higher than that, to increase the fines, we need state legislation. So Supervisor Novosel and I in 2021 explored that, and that's why that's as high as we could go. So I would like to see our county go and try to get some legislation, because these two areas have been problematic, dangerous. COVID, brought everyone, and both Supervisor Novosel and I at the time were just struggling with trying to make it safe there. I am still getting complaints. This beautiful weather, we love it, but the visitors come and then the complaints start. And we have the same issue with the towing, and it's problematic. So the only other place in the state of California where the parking fines are higher is, what is that, ocean, we've looked it up before, ocean dunes or something. So if we could maybe get some direction today from the board to look into advocating for legislation, I think that'd be great.
Well, and I think, Mr. Middlebrook, you might want to share with where we're at on that.
Yeah, we have been working closely with Rafael Martinez in your guys' office and your staff. We actually took your advice when you shared that with us a few years ago and went to the legislature and got actually an opinion from legislative staff, Assembly Transportation Committee staff, and they said that they had no, the state did not limit what counties could set. I think there is some precedent around not being too out of whack with other areas. So if you look at the Nevada side in Tahoe, I don't know.
You hit it on the head, yes. Agreed.
So we can do this? Let's do this. I want to do this.
But yeah, long story short, we did take your advice and went to the legislature and got clarity that you do have more control over setting those ticket amounts.
Okay, so let's do this.
It took us 2 years of finger pointing to get that, finally, to get that.
I am so
question.
happy to hear this. This is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So what do you think is the right number?
Well, the 305 seems to work, right?
305 is on the Nevada side,
Let's
correct?
go. Let's do it.
All right, I love it.
I know.
Supervisor, do you have other comments, questions?
No, that was very
Okay.
exciting. Thank you for that news.
I think it's well overdue, especially, and what you're talking about is Pismo Beach. That's down there.
No, it has
That's,
the word ocean. It's
Well,
a very
they-
specific park. I
yeah.
have it in my notes somewhere.
well,
but-
anyway, there's a lot of deal with fines, high
Yeah.
fines down there, especially because of the sand cars and everything like that.
Oh, that might be a separate, not parking,
Yeah.
something else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, big issue.
Other comments, questions? Okay, well, thank you for hearing this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Middlebrook, for being here. This is there's an opportunity here in the basin around transit, some energy that I haven't seen in a long time. Really wanting to connect corridors, the basin, really a desire to get people out of their car. And thank you to El Dorado County, specifically the Air Quality Department, for their support of this pilot program or project. Project.
It's a project.
It's a project.
That works.
But really want to thank everyone for allowing me to constantly speak about this at board meetings, because it really is important that we are successful this time. So thank you, Mr. Middlebrook.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is a little bit before 10, which we have a time certain on the snow removal presentation. But since we have a few minutes, let's ask Ms. Franich if she would be willing to jump in on item number 34 regarding the Ad hoc Community Choice Aggregate Committee. Ms. Runkle, will you read this item into the record, please?
Of course. Item 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board establish a Tahoe Basin Pioneer Community Choice Aggregate Ad hoc Committee comprised of the District 5 Supervisor and the Supervisor Representative appointed to the Pioneer Community Energy Choice Aggregate. Board to work with staff and the Pioneer Community Energy CCA Joint Powers Authority in collaboration with the City of South Lake Tahoe to pursue implementation of a CCA program for the Tahoe Basin area.
Could you read that one more time? Thank you, Ms.
thank you.
Franich, for being willing to run on the fly here and fill in a little time for us.
Of course. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. Good morning, Board. So yes, today for your consideration, we have an item regarding the Community Choice Aggregate, which is an alternative way of procuring power, an alternative to those investor-owned utilities, and that includes both PG&E and Liberty Utilities, which serves the basin. So under a CCA, the electricity source is chosen on behalf of all the customers, and this can lower costs and allows greater control over the energy mix. The investor-owned utility still transmits the electricity. So the City of South Lake Tahoe reached out to the county because they have engaged with Pioneer Energy. We are already a part of the Joint Powers Authority with Pioneer for the West Slope. So and we went into that effort with the city of Placerville also. So we've kind of gone down this road before. We thought we'd bring this to the board to see if you would want to work with the city of South Lake Tahoe to explore options for joining the CCA for the basin. So we're asking for that direction, and then we're also asking if the board would like to appoint an ad hoc committee of the board, and if so, we would recommend that be the District 5 supervisor and the supervisor that's appointed to the Pioneer Energy JPA, which at this point is Supervisor Parlin.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there questions, comments of my colleagues?
No, just a quick comment. I think I already reported out, but I can't remember that Pioneer Board did already give direction to their staff to start exploring all this. So they've already started on it. And so I think it's good that we create the ad hoc to interface with that staff too.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you said it and I missed it, but, currently Liberty that services the unincorporated part of the county up here in the basin, including the city of South Lake Tahoe, they have been getting their energy from Nevada Energy for a long time. And because of these data centers that are popping up everywhere, and there's a number of them in the state of Nevada, Nevada Energy has made the choice to make sure that they can provide the energy needed for the cooling of those data centers, and therefore will no longer at some point be supplying Liberty. And so that's what kind of opened up the opportunity for us to look at our options. I have talked to Supervisor Parlin about this extensively, and she has shared what some of the potential difficulties could be, and that is definitely the infrastructure. So we're just exploring options at this point, and I would appreciate your support on letting us see what our options are. And Liberty, of course, on their own, is doing the same thing. So more to come on that. Okay, so seeing no other questions or comments, I'll bring this item back to the board for deliberation and/or action. There is a request by staff to create the ad hoc, and so that's what we're looking for.
Do we do public comment? Yeah, public comment. Do we need public comment?
No.
Oh, we already did this one.
Yep.
I know we
It's
did.
a department
That's right,
matter.
you're right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll move that we do this.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. Or a short break, which one?
2 minutes, yeah, we got 2 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just take a short break, 2-3 minutes, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock to reconvene on the snow removal item. This meeting back to order, and we have a item 31, which is the Department of Transportation regarding snow removal presentation. Ms. Runkle, can you read this item into the record, please?
Of course. Item 31 comes from Department of Transportation, recommending the board receive and file a snow removal update presentation and provide direction if necessary.
Great, thank you, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Haynes from the Department of Transportation. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair, fellow members of the board. My name is Nathan Haynes, soon-to-be Deputy Director for Maintenance and Operations for Department of Transportation. I am here today to present to you our biannual snow removal presentation. Next slide, please. As I'm sure you're aware, snow removal operations in the basin and Tahoma can be difficult at times. We cannot predict the cumulative severity of the winter storms during the planning phases in summer and fall, so we budget and prepare for severe winters from previous experience so that we're able to hopefully uphold high service levels to the public that remain constant through the storms that we received. In order to effectively do this, we need a minimum of 26 full-time employees, 12 for the day shift and 11 for the night shift for South Lake Tahoe and 3 for Tahoma. Currently, we have 18 full-time positions in the basin, 3 of which are allocated to Tahoma during the winter months. That leaves us with 15 full-time employees in the basin. To make up this deficit, we attempt to hire 10 extra help positions annually from November to April. In the last decade, unfortunately, we haven't been successful in securing all 10 positions. When fully staffed, our goals are always to attempt to plow all the roads within 24 to 48 hours once the snow accumulates to plowable levels. Next slide. Speaking on last winter, transportation started with 8 extra help positions. By the time we reached April, we had just 1 remaining extra help employee still working for us. As an incentive to help retain these positions, the extra help receives an additional allotment of $230 per pay period. In addition to the extra help positions, we also utilize 4 rental loaders budgeted at $250,000 from the general fund. The department owns the blower and plow attachments for these loaders. This additional snow removal equipment is essential to helping us ensure that we meet our snow removal goals. As we've been replacing the aged equipment over the last several years, we've been able to circumvent catastrophic failures due to equipment age and the fact that they work in extremely hard conditions. We still have some antiquated equipment that we're working on getting replaced, including a mountain blower in the basin from the 70s, 2 blowers in Tahoma that are 20 and 30 years old each, and we have 3 graders combined at both locations that are reaching end of service life. Next slide, please. Looking forward to this upcoming winter, we will begin recruiting for our extra help positions in July in hopes that we will be fully staffed by November. We currently have contracts pending for our rental houses in Tahoma and South Lake Tahoe. Last winter, we added our 2nd new mountain blower along with 2 new graders fully equipped with new plows and snow gates, and we were able to put all of them into service that winter. This equipment was solely funded by Measure S. We also have our snow condition, no parking ordinance under review, which is based on info and feedback received from the March public meeting from here in the basin, along in conjunction with our county procedures and protocols. Next slide, please. Pending approvals for fiscal year 26-27, we will have an additional mountain blower to order funded by Measure S. From the general fund, we are again requesting the $250,000 for the rental loader program, along with an additional $250,000 for the 2 upfits on our newly acquired 4x4 bobtail plow and sander trucks for snow removal operations. From the road fund, we are requesting $337,000 for the 10 extra help positions, along with an additional $475,000 for the remaining operating expenses for materials such as sand, salt, snow stakes, cutting edges, and tire chains, along with the monthly rental fees for the houses in the basin and Tahoma from November to April. Next slide. This concludes our presentation for today. We will return for an update on the snow removal efforts at our next South Lake Tahoe Board of Supervisors meeting.
Excellent, thank you for that presentation. Questions or comments from my colleagues? No? Okay, I have a couple. First of all, the county has 8 zones for the unincorporated portion of the county that you plow. And it's just a suggestion that maybe every season we consider which zones are going to be priorities first, because you only have so many plows. So you start in zone, I'm going to make it up, 3. Every storm, you start on zone 3, and then you go whatever order through the zones. It might be something to consider, changing that up every once in a while so that the zone 8 isn't always the last zone on every storm every year. It's a suggestion. The fact that we hired 8 extra help and we ended up with one left by April, extra help, are they only paid if they are called in to help on a storm? So, okay, can you explain how that works?
So they're full-time employees in an extra help status. So they're working 40 hours a week, and their purpose obviously is for snow removal. When their snow removal operations aren't there, we utilize them for normal road maintenance operations. So the issue that we've run into is most of these guys come from the construction side, and they're taking up extra work in the winter because during winter months, construction isn't going. And when we have winters like this last one where the construction season starts up early because there's been hardly any winter at all, they'll return back to their normal jobs that typically pay more. So it's completely outside of our control as far as being able to retain the staff sometimes. And it's not just for that reason. You know, some of them leave for family or whatever else. So we'd like to obviously start with as many as we can in hopes that we're able to retain them for the full time. And during the snow removal, they're getting the overtime hours just like the rest of our staff.
Yeah. I got a question now. So you have a brushing crew that goes out in the summertime and, you know, spring and whatever brush. Can you use some of those employees and could it help with the snow removal in Tahoe?
Which employees are you referring
Yeah,
to?
I'm talking you have a crew that just does brush alongside the roadways and stuff?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
on
can
the
you
west
take
slope.
some of, yeah, exactly. Can you take some of those people and moving up to help with the snow removal in Tahoe? Especially when there's none of that going on basically in the wintertime.
Yes, so we utilize our staff from the west slope to help supplement the Tahoe Basin staff when needed, which is one of the reasons why we have the rental houses here. So when they come up from the west slope, they're able to stay here and work.
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, that was an informational item only, so if there's no further questions or discussion, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next time certain is 11 o'clock, so we are going to go ahead and do some of our department matters. I'd like to call on item number 29, the Emergency Medical Service Medical Transportation Ordinance. Ms. Runkle, can you read this item into the record, please?
Yes. Item 29 comes from Emergency Medical Services, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction of Ordinance 5263 to repeal and replace Ordinance 5132, County Emergency Medical Service and Medical Transportation, to allow for non-emergency interfacility transports to be staffed at the level of service determined by the physician responsible for the patient, which includes basic life support level of service, and 2, waive full reading of the ordinance by the clerk of the board and continue this matter to May 19th, 2026 for final passage.
Great, and I'd like to welcome Emma Owens, who is our Principal Management Analyst out of the Chief Administrative Office. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So pursuant to the State Emergency Medical Services Act, the county EMS agency, which is housed in the Chief Administrative Office, is the local regulatory body for EMS services within the county. So outlined in our ordinance code section 8.74, the county EMS agency regulates emergency and non-emergency ambulance and medical transports, which includes the provision of non-emergency interfacility transports, also called IFTs. So today we're asking the board to approve the first reading of an update to our EMS ordinance. This will allow for non-emergency IFTs to be staffed at the level of service determined by the physician, which would include basic life support services. But if the physician doesn't specify, then it'll revert back to the higher level of care, which is advanced life support services. This change will help preserve critical resources within the 911 system and emergencies EMS system by keeping ALS ambulances free to provide ALS services and allow permitted providers to provide non-emergency IFTs at the appropriate level of service as long as those transports are eligible for that level of care. So the ordinance also updates the California Code of Regulation references, which was updated in 2025, so we had to go through all those references and update them to the state regulations. So if the board approves this today, we ask you to continue this to the 19th for final adoption, and then the ordinance will be effective 30 days after that, so that would make it effective July 18th. And that's all I have, unless you have questions.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know the Executive Director for Service Area 3 missed the opportunity to speak, but since he's a contractor to the county, I would love for him to be able to make a comment on this item.
Yep, that's great. Ryan Wagner is the Executive Director for the Cal Tahoe JPA and is with us this morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Morning.
Yeah, I would like to just offer my support for this. It seems like one that was, the reason I support it is because there's probably a need for Marshall Hospital to assist with this, and the county being able to take that into consideration. Meanwhile, just making sure that the contracts are funded appropriately, and this wouldn't affect that. So I do like seeing changes when it affects the agencies that we serve. And if there's any continued support for that in the future, we'd like to continue to offer that and support the county working with the local hospitals and the agencies.
And Mr. Wagner, what do you mean when you say you'd like to see Marshall help with this? What does that mean?
Oh, just the communication. Marshall had a need, and at times, we're all in an EMS system where sometimes our needs might not necessarily line up. But in this case, I'm sure there's a need for additional support in transporting these patients to other facilities. With additional resources being able to do that, then the 911 units can be kept in service and in the service area that they're going to respond to first at an ALS level. So, there's the ALS and the BLS, and there's also non-emergency transports, and just communication from the hospital on what their needs are. It's effective and needs to make sure it continues to happen.
And these, do you have experience using any of these? I guess this is private sector?
Sure. So the county does permit outside agencies to come in and perform those that are permitted within the county, and it's currently at an ALS level. In this area right here, there's needs at times for transports to go further outside of our area, all the way to Southern California at times. And it's a resource to be able to allow those resources to come in and do those transports. We don't want to take a 911 ALS unit and take it all the way, outside of the area on a regular basis. So there's only a few permitted up here that I'm aware of. It's definitely a different flow up here compared to the resources down there. It's a little bit further away, but it's a good supplement to the system, especially in times where the hospitals are busy and they need those beds to open up.
So when you talk about these permitted transport agencies, do they have like sirens? Do they have radios?
Sure, they're fully, they have to be permitted within the state and then by the county. So they're a very similar unit. I mean, you've probably seen wheelchair vans, and then there's ambulances. So it's just really their staffing level. So there would be 2 EMTs on there instead of a paramedic and an EMT, and that's just a little bit lower cost for that service. Mm-hmm. It's appropriate cost, instead of having a service that had, employees that were maybe more expensive. So yeah, they're permitted, they operate. There's ones that come from Reno that assist Spartan at times when our flow is, when we don't have any available units to come in and do it. It should be noted, and I did mention this to you, is that when they provide those transports, that revenue goes back to them and not necessarily back to the county. So, you know, it's the flow of the hospital that's really, you know, probably that's asking for this. Up here, we don't have that issue. We've had the, you know, similar volume for the last 6 years, both in interfacility transports and 911.
And so, from a budget standpoint, having these interfacility transfers going out to these private agencies, is that are you gonna do as much as you can? And
I don't see how it's gonna, I don't think there'll be any effect in this area, at least in this region. The amount of transfers that go out at a BLS level are fairly low here, so there's not as much of a need for it here.
Okay.
So I don't see, and there's not a provider that's here that can get here fast enough for Barton to utilize them, a BLS transfer. I think there's other providers, I think there's 2 or 3. I'm not sure who's permitted, but I think it's 2 or 3 that are still coming and doing those.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a huge revenue, it's definitely not a huge revenue loss. I think it's really, it's balancing what the hospitals need to continue that good agency support with balancing the need for 911 responses to be available here.
got it, okay. I understand better. Any other questions, comments?
I think this is a good thing. It's gonna, if nothing else, free up the ALS units for when they're really needed.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yep.
Okay, then I will bring this item back to the board for action.
Move.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. All right, let's call on item number 27, Planning and Building, Conceptual Approval Establishing Entertainment Zones, which we heard several commenters and public comment earlier this morning. Ms. Runkle, will you please read this item into the record?
Item 27 comes from Planning and Building Department Economic Development Unit, recommending the board receive a presentation by staff and provide conceptual approval to amend Title V County Code Business Taxes, Licenses, and Regulations to add a new Chapter 5.60 to allow for establishment of entertainment zones within unincorporated El Dorado County.
And welcome, Mr. Peters from Planning and Building.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, representing our Economic Development Unit within our Economic Community and Housing Development Division. I'm joined here by Karen Gardner, Director of Planning and Building. So as Kim, as Kim stated, we're asking for the board to consider a conceptual Kaylee stated. We're asking to consider conceptual approval to amend Title V of the County Code to allow for the establishment of entertainment zones within unincorporated El Dorado County. Senate Bill 969, effective January 1, 2025, authorizes California cities and counties to create designated entertainment zones where individuals aged 21 and over may legally possess and consume open containers of alcohol beverages within prescribed geographic boundaries and purchase from licensed participating businesses. The goal of this legislation is to stimulate local economies, enhance cultural and social activities, and promote downtown vibrancy through well-regulated, inclusive public spaces. County ordinances adopted under this legislation must consider and meet several conditions following for each approved entertainment zone. So some of those considerations are defined geographic boundaries, defined days and hours of operation, safety and notification, and requesting feedback from law enforcement, implementing system to identify 21 plus individuals and ensuring alcohol is prohibited to minors, allowing open alcohol beverage containers, identifying the alcohol types allowed, signage, reporting requirements. So there's a every 2-year requirement after an initiation of an establishment zone, so that we can, and that those requirements for having those reports available to ABC upon request. And then the rules for the sale of alcohol consumption, again, only non-glass, non-metal containers may be used for these open beverages. Alcohol consumed within the zone must be purchased from a licensed business within the zone, meaning each individual restaurant or bar must be licensed through this entertainment zone through EDC, and then outside alcohol being prohibited, of course. So as you heard in public testimony this morning and throughout the public comments provided in writing, the request for the board is to consider an entertainment zone comes in response to receiving a formal request from potential formation of an entertainment zone within the El Dorado Hills Town Center to enhance visitor experience. Although the town center has special events that serve alcohol, current state ABC regulations create some challenges. As an example, during the center's outdoor concert series, patrons can purchase alcohol from the restaurants within the district and the bars, but can't take it off-site, if you will, of the restaurant premises. So allowing an entertainment zone would provide flexibility to allow the patrons to participate in the special events while drinking alcohol beverages under this program that the restaurants and the local businesses have sold, and providing more options for patrons. And also not having to bring in outside food and beverages. And so staff is aware that there have also been some investigations into creating entertainment zones in other areas of the county. So I'll highlight such as the community of Georgetown, which does a lot of community celebrations on their main street. And so, however, no formal request has been made, but this request, this conceptual review, is to sort of discuss all areas of the county, and then each individual district would have to come back to the board to be codified. So I want to make sure that's cleared. So each one has to be individually assessed. So as staff, we've been reviewing other jurisdictions within California that have adopted these entertainment zones, and there are now many. It started with the city and county of San Francisco, but some of our more locally geographic communities, city of Sacramento, city of Auburn, and then also, and also the city of Redding. And we're using some of those as examples of how we might put together our ordinance. Staff has been coordinating closely with the sheriff's office, and they may be listening now, but to understand their position on the matter and to identify any areas of concern. I won't speak directly for them, but they are generally in support of the concept, but want to, coordinate closely on each individual one to make sure all the aspects of the entertainment zone have been met for safety and law enforcement consideration. Let's see here. So yeah, should the board direct us to prepare ordinances to allow entertainment zones within the county, staff will continue to collaborate with the sheriff's office, and we will continue to conduct and seek inputs from local businesses and community members to inform those entertainment zones and ensure that their alignment with public safety and operational needs. And then again, of course, in accordance with SB 969, we would be establishing a procedure for doing the biannual review and making sure that those materials are available for the ABC should they want to see those. And then, so as far as environmental review, the potential adoption of an entertainment zone would, we anticipate to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines 15060C2 and 15061B3, as the passage of an ordinance will have no foreseeable direct or indirect physical changes to the environment. Again, we're asking for your conceptual review of this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Questions, Supervisor Parlin?
No, I do.
Anna?
Thank you, Rob, for mentioning Georgetown. I know I've been a broken record, but this is exactly what we need for Founders Day. And it's coming up, I think it's in September of every year. So can we have this done by this year, September, for Founders Day? Is that even doable?
There's a couple components of these programs that we have to ensure that we have covered, which is there's generally, like in Town Center's example, there's an agency or whatever that is the lead on it.
I'm
we
working
might
on
have
that.
to identify.
I'm working on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
who's going to take responsibility? Who's going to be the one that pursues an application? Who's going to be the one that prepares the reports? Those types of things.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, the Town Center example is a little bit different than what we've seen in other jurisdictions because it is a center and it's not a public roadway like the Georgetown, but we wanted to have the board consider both of those because we could have either of them sort of happen within the county. But September,
I'm just checking.
potentially, if we got it in order.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but I appreciated you putting it in the staff report this way, that the current alcohol beverage control regulations are extremely challenging lately for trying to do these events, and these poor folks are trying to, these events are typically fundraisers and, that kind of thing, and they're trying just to get all the food permits done for the vendors and all that stuff, and then these recent regulations have made it just crazy. If you own an actual, like say a restaurant where the event is, people can't take their beverages out and walk around to see the vendors, and then that means the restaurant has to police people and say you can't take that out, and it's caused some really icky situations, and it just doesn't make sense. So this is really a nice thing for these kinds of events and stuff. I think Town Center is the perfect place, of course, for it. That's a no-brainer. And I was trying to think if there was any other areas besides. Do they have events like that too in Cameron Park?
Yeah, they have events.
So,
Mike, please, if you're going to speak, Mike, please.
Well, and I guess the board would have the decision of making, you could do multiple zones in one ordinance, you could, but in
That's
this
what I was
instance,
wondering how we would do
Town
that.
Center sort of has a good package of information that we've been considering, and we would, sort of take a formal application for. You have to define the boundary, you have to put the safety plan together, so they have some of those pieces in place where we don't necessarily have those in the others,
but Founder's Day's been doing it for years. They already have to put in applications to close the street and stuff and all that. So I think they have it dialed in. I don't want to misspeak about who the rep will be, so I wanted to confirm that. But I definitely want, Georgetown included in this effort.
we are willing to work with, and as I said, they would be individual, so they could go separately, they don't have to necessarily be connected, but absolutely we'll work with your
So once
office
we
on
have one done, it'll be easier to do others, is I think the point, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very exciting, and especially for, like I said, these community groups, they have the stress of putting on these events anyway, and they don't need these extra kind of ridiculous regulations. So, and I saw the Town Center PowerPoint was sent in with their plan and everything. Well done. That could just be maybe our template even. It was great. So.
And I will be honest, they have a lot of good materials that we have, but we wanted to get the board sort of up or down on moving forward before we brought forward a presentation and went through all the, the nuts and bolts of their proposed. That would be part of the, the first reading of an ordinance when we come back.
And I've been to Auburn. Have you guys seen how they have their area designated off? It's really clear with big stickers and signs where the area is designated and all that. It's very clear. They've done a great job. So I think we can just copy that model or something close to it. So I'm all in favor of this, just so you know. Can you tell?
I can tell. That's great. Supervisor Turnbull, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I've already said what I had to say, so I think we need to look at other areas too besides.
Yeah.
Supervisor
I am
Ferrero.
all in favor of it also. I know, I think it's a good idea countywide. I think Town Center is an excellent place to start. Town Center, they do dozens of events a year. I mean, starting in May with our concert series every Friday or Thursday night, I forget which one, but I'm usually there almost every time. And they actually sell alcohol, but they have to bring in trucks from outside the area oftentimes to sell it. They do a very good job managing that with roped off areas where you can have alcohol. They have security on site. This would be an expansion to that and allow the businesses that are paying rent and trying to thrive to sell more alcohol that people are going to buy anyways, or try to sneak in on their own.
That part's rough.
So it will provide more options. I think Town Centers would be, like I said, optimal spot to start. It is important to know that this is revocable. If it's not working out in the county, we can't revoke it, but it is approved by state law and the ABC. But a while ago, I did do a cursory, speaking to our law enforcement leaders, the sheriff, I think the DA and CHP. I didn't get any immediate opposition. Obviously, you're gonna, include them. I would definitely mention or include CHP during the formation of that ordinance and get their thoughts. But no, I support it and hope you all do too, conceptually.
Great. Any other comments? Madam CAO?
Sure. I just thought I would address a couple of comments during the public comment period about fees. And just as with any other service that we provide, we can only recover the cost of providing that service. So this will not be viewed as a revenue source for the county. The fees will be minimal to cover the cost only.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate you addressing that.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Peters, my question is with regards to the two cities that are within El Dorado County. they will manage this program themselves?
That's correct. I think the state law allows cities or counties to initiate these zones, and so I do believe the incorporated cities would do it on their own behalf.
Okay. The only thing I regret about this particular legislation is the fact that it mandates non-glass, which I support that. But the non-metal containers, I mean, aluminum is a perfect way to, they make beer and wine in aluminum, and they're highly recyclable. It's so much better than a plastic red cup, or, I don't know what the various vendors will use, but I regret that they eliminated that as part of the legislation. I think that's an error.
Agreed.
All right. Any other comments, questions? No? Okay, I'll bring this item back to the board then for action.
I'll move approval for conceptual approval of item 27.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you. We'll go ahead and move to item number 28, which is also from the Planning and Building. This is the Planning Commission bylaws. Ms. Runkle, will you read this item into the record?
Yes. Item 28 is from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board consider the ad hoc committee's proposed amendments to the Planning Commission bylaws by taking the following actions. 1, approve the bylaws as revised by the ad hoc committee. 2, direct staff to provide a final version of the approved bylaws to the Planning Commission for ratification. And 3, discuss and provide direction to the ad hoc committee on further review and potential revisions to the codified duties of the Planning Commission to further clarify the roles and responsibilities of the Planning Commission, or if no further action is needed, disband the ad hoc committee. And written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Peters, it's been a long time since we've seen you. Welcome back.
Wearing a different hat this time. Thank you again for reading that into the record. Yeah, so Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, with this item related to the ad hoc committee's proposed amendments to the bylaws and some follow-up on our previous meeting. So on September 10th, 2019, just to give a little background, the board approved amendments to the PC bylaws as modified by the Planning Commission in July of 2019. And that action and that resolution has been in place since. On June 10th, 2025, the board considered the amendments proposed by the Planning Commission. The proposed changes were not adopted, and the board created an ad hoc committee to further review the bylaws and make recommendations regarding the roles and responsibilities. On August 8th, 2025, the board considered amendments to the proposed by the ad hoc committee composed of Supervisor Ferrero and Parlin, and the proposed amendments were not adopted, and the board directed the ad hoc committee to review potential revisions to the codified duties of the Planning Commission and to further clarify the roles and responsibilities of the Planning Commission. And as of that agenda, the ad hoc review of the bylaws and reflect the committee's understanding of roles and responsibilities, streamlined revisions to the bylaws and proposed by the ad hoc committee highlighted as establishment of a meeting start time of 9 o'clock, simplifying some special meeting language, clarifying procedures for agendized items and adjourning canceling meetings, and then requiring the Board of Supervisors approval for items with potential impacts to staff resources. As you heard, we had a couple public comments and one in writing related to a couple specific sections on agenda, when the agenda goes out, the staff resources and kind of what that means, and then related to the board's approval and the procedure for doing that. So we heard that in the public comment earlier. The recommendation of the ad hoc committee is for your board to approve the updated bylaws and send them back to the Planning Commission for ratification. Should the proposed bylaws not be adopted, the existing bylaws will remain in place. Aside from the recommendation, the committee also wishes full board input on the future reviews and roles of responsibilities of the Planning Commission, including an examination of the applicable provisions of the county code. This review could include establishing a vetting process for planning commissioners, Any proposed code changes would be brought back to the board for conceptual approval, resolution of intent, or potentially both, depending on which sections of the code we are touching. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you might have. And again, both of our ad hoc members here as well.
Excellent. Yes, thank you for that. And I notice also the chair of the Planning Commission is with us today in the audience as well. Questions, comments by my colleagues? Supervisor Parlin, did you have something?
Well, there's a lot here, actually. I don't think this process was as straightforward as we all thought it was going to be. The bottom line was that we wanted to change the meeting time, is what the Planning Commission really wanted to do, is change it to 9 a.m. And then we started looking at everything else, and it got, in my mind, there's still some questions that we didn't get to. So I know Linda Campbell asked about the publication of the agenda and having that in the bylaws, and we did talk about that, I believe. And we talked about how we generally know that, 2 weeks prior to Planning Commission meetings, you guys do often get the agenda out, but we didn't want to put a deadline in the bylaws in case, you guys needed some flexibility. So that's I think that's what we talked about. Like, that was why we didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a minimum requirement to get the agenda published, and
It's 72 hours?
Yeah, and you guys typically give close to 2 weeks, and
Yeah, we
didn't
generally
want
try
to,
for
we didn't want to
13.
compel you to do that.
Yeah, that seemed,
Because of the one-off, so.
yeah, so that's kind of why. And I do think that generally you do get it out 2 weeks ahead.
Yeah, we
pretty
generally
much.
try to do it on the Friday after the Planning Commission Thursday, so
Okay.
that we don't have two agendas out at the same time. And so it's approximately 13 days in advance of the next meeting.
Okay.
And so we had talked about whether or not to put that in there, but, kind of not necessarily any sooner than that, but
Right.
we strive to put those out on that Friday. Now, sometimes in certain months, there'll be an extra week, and, we have to decide whether to put it out early or wait. A lot of times, it's also based on when the public noticing, some notices have 20 days, some have 10, and so we try to coordinate all those pieces.
Right, so that's kind of why we left that out. And then there was, my recollection was, where I keep getting hung up is on, it's number 5, J.
Would you like me to share it?
Oh, okay.
It's up to you.
Can you share it?
I think so. You tell me the section.
5J, yeah, 5J, yeah.
Zoom said, okay, maybe I can't.
So,
Apologize.
well, okay, then, we'll have to just talk about it for the public, I guess, but, it says that by majority vote of the Planning Commission, the commission may agendize items through the resolution of intention process. And then in parentheses, it says, used for hearing items, i.e. rezoning initiated by the commission, ordinance amendments initiated by the commission, et cetera. And, in my mind, this conflicts with the fact that the Board of Supervisors is, what's the word, the right words? We're the planning, authority of the county. In my mind, if there's any rezoning initiated or ordinance, that should come from the board to the Planning Commission. And this particular item says the Planning Commission can do it. Now, I don't remember ever seeing the Planning Commission do that, but there's been some Planning Commissions in the past where it sounded like they were going to do that. And so when we've asked about this, we were told that this is their authority in another ordinance somewhere, but we weren't tasked with looking at that. And so County Council's looking at me like he can help with this.
I will try. Yeah, Supervisor Parlin is correct that the basis for that provision in the bylaws is your county zoning code. Section 130.63.020 contemplates that either a text amendment or zone change can be initiated in a variety of ways. The typical way is the resolution of intention by the board, but it also specifically lists a resolution of intention of the Planning Commission. So that is currently provided for in county code. Now, that's up to your discretion as to whether you want to keep that, but to ensure that the bylaws were consistent with the county code, the bylaws did provide that ability. I think that if you look, I think it tried to build in some, safeguards against that by having since such a request would likely require the use of staff resources, by requiring that there be kind of a preliminary request to the Board of Supervisors. But again, ensuring that the bylaws are, since have to be consistent with county code, and since the county code allows for it, the bylaws included that provision.
Yeah.
And this J section we left it as written.
Yes.
We didn't make any changes to that, but yeah, we're wondering kind of why it was in there, but it seems like it's not hurting anything to leave it in there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
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 Well, no, it's so that having it in the county code to me is troubling, that the planning commission could initiate ROIs. I'm not sure, I don't know why that would ever be in a county code, to be honest. Do you guys have any idea why that's in there? Is that typical? Yeah. And so unless there's a good reason for it, I would like to see the board give direction to remove that from the county code, which would then later be reflected in the bylaws. I just don't know why you would want your planning commission to have that authority above and beyond the board. It seems like it should come from the board and go to the planning commission. So, I don't know.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I have questions on a few of these, but
yeah, that was the biggest one, that we like literally couldn't take this out because it's in the county code over here in another document. So we had to leave it so that they match.
Right.
But in my mind, I don't understand. And maybe that's what we should do is, and if you guys want to change to ad hoc, that's fine. But direct the ad hoc to go back and explore whether other counties do this and why you would want it, or if they should recommend taking it out. I don't get it.
I think that makes sense. There may have been a reason for it, David, maybe in ad hoc, and you can research when and try to come up with why, but if not, then we can take it out.
yeah, and I think leaving it for right now so that they do match, because if you
Yeah.
come back and you want to make a change to it, we would want to change both.
Correct.
They need to be consistent.
Yeah.
So,
For
yeah,
now.
I think we can come up with that direction at the end of questions and clarifications.
I think that's a good idea.
Do you have more?
Well, I think that, Linda Campbell raised a good question in my mind that I kind of had similar, as far as the vagueness of, or that's the safeguard we were trying to put in, was to say, if it's gonna impact county staff, then they need to get approval of the board, which, because the board gives direction to staff for their time, resources. So that's what we were trying to do, but, without anything specific, which is hard.
We did that, we did put that in K.
Yep.
5K,
I'm
where
seeing that.
if there's going to be any impact to staff resources,
Yeah.
we need to approve it.
Yeah, and I
before.
think that, to Linda's point, that's a vague kind of statement, but I don't know how else we could put it in there. That would be, basically, I think staff would have to say, this is gonna take some resources, and we need to go check in with the board. I guess that's how it would work. It's-
Not the most efficient thing in the world, but
Yeah.
but we are the final authority, so.
Yeah.
I
So
think-
the staff would actually bring it to the board?
I believe so. Maybe, had you guys thought about how we would do that, Rob, to make this
My
work?
recollection of the conversations was that, if a commissioner wants to request to agendize something under 5F, they would speak first to the executive secretary, who is the department director. That might be where you determine the staff, whether it has impacts to staff or not. And that, and then that would be the time at which the whole planning commission would then discuss whether or not to bring something to the Board of Supervisors. If I recollect, that was sort of the procedural way, as opposed to doing it outside of having first spoken to the director. But I think you know, I think, again, so there, in my time serving as the deputy, there have been different nuances, but mostly related to workshops and presentations that the Planning Commission would like to see as an example, and then that the board would, you know, that may or may not take staff time, but some of which did, and some that we actually did, and then after the fact kind of went, why'd you guys do that? We didn't tell you to do that, sort of things like that, myself included. So, you know, just trying to make sure that we, as all of our staff is sort of directed by the Board of Supervisors, that we're acting appropriately, and that the commissions aren't, you know, sort of directing staff. That was the intent.
So I think that
I think this is clear enough as written.
this should work.
Yeah.
This should work. And if you're not sure, then you guys would just come check in with the board, I guess, right? And I do recall the one workshop that did happen. In my mind, I was like, after it happened, I went, well, actually, that would have been a cool workshop for one of the joint meetings that we've had on occasion. That actually, you know, then that would have been a board decision. So you just got to be efficient and thoughtful and all that. So, I mean, if you think this will work, we'll leave it, and if it doesn't, we'll bring it back.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. Board of Supervisors approval, so
Yeah.
before they move forward. So
Yeah.
I think we can work with that.
And then, did you have, I think those were the big ones, really, that were
Everything
questionable.
else that you guys did, you put in place, looks good, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally, when I was reading through these, I was thinking to my dozen years on the city council where we had a city planning commission, and, you know, it just seems like there's a lot of rules that we're placing on the planning commission that, you know, maybe they're necessary. I think we have these commissions, we appoint people to serve on these, and, you know, we expect them to do the job to the best of their ability, and I just think there's so many rules in here about what you can or can't do, and I like leaving it a little bit looser, but I don't know all of the history with the Planning Commission and El Dorado County, so I've learned to tread lightly in that regard, and I'll follow your lead on this one.
Well, and I think too, one of the things that differentiates the planning commission is they actually have, what do you call it? Authority.
Yeah, so does the city planning commission.
And so, you do want to make sure that, they, yeah, there's some guardrails on it. And with that, there's also in, the Legistar staff report, we had some talk about, there's been, situations in the past where we thought, well, maybe because of the importance of this position that we talked about a vetting process for the planning commissioners rather than just putting them on consent. And I will tell you, when we just throw them on consent like that, I don't think it serves anyone well. We don't talk about their qualifications. For this particular one, you know, like I said, this one has a lot more authority, and therefore, to me, it seems like there should be a vetting process of some kind to make sure we're all on the same page and understand, you know, where we're coming from. So that would not be in the bylaws. That would just be a separate process. And I did talk to Director Garner about it, and she had some thoughts on how to create that. It wouldn't be too big of a deal, but it is a higher position with more responsibilities, for sure.
Yes, I agree. All right, any further questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Right.
I'll move to approve this item with another, add a
With direction?
tab with direction to staff to, and I guess we could do, we could stay on, just
I think so.
use this ad hoc,
Yeah.
continue with this ad hoc.
Yeah.
To have the planning commission bylaw ad hoc, look at the consistency or explore the county code for the resolution, or planning commission being able to create a resolution of intention. Is that clear as mud?
Clear as mud.
Clear as mud.
There's a motion,
That
is there a
works.
second?
Should we also add the director, should the ad hoc work with the planning director for a
He
vetting
said
process?
with staff.
No, for the vetting process too?
Oh, gotcha.
Because that was the county code, correct?
Is that part of your motion?
It can be.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, we can include that.
the additional part of your motion would be to have that same ad hoc work with planning staff.
Consider a
to
vetting process
consider a
for
vetting
planning
process.
commissioners.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
Because
right,
it is so important.
okay. So there's a motion to approve the bylaws as presented, and to work with staff on a vetting process, and what was the third one?
And explore the
Yes.
county code
Yep.
for the opportunities for the planning commission to be able to agendize a resolution of intention.
Perfect, okay. There's a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
And is there further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. All right, let's, it is 10:50. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock for our time certain on the Tahoe Truckee Sierra disposal. All right, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are doing great on time. We have an 11 o'clock time certain, item number 32, which is the Environmental Management Department Solid Waste Management Ordinance. Ms. Runkle, will you read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 32 comes from Environmental Management recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of Ordinance 5262 to amend Chapter 8.42 of the El Dorado County Code of Ordinances entitled Solid Waste Management. 2, waive full reading of Ordinance 5262 read by title only and continue the matter to May 19th, 2026 for final passage. And written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Runkle. Management Department, Mr. Jeff Warren, welcome.
Hey, sitting over there, okay.
It's a privilege to sit here today. So, thank you, Chair Lane. Good morning, Board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. Also have Timothy Engel with me as my solid waste supervisor to assist in the presentation and help answer any questions that come up. On March 24th, your board authorized staff with conceptual approval to revise the Solid Waste Management Ordinance, Chapter 8.42, to modernize requirements, simplify processes, improve consistency, and address service needs in the Tahoma-Meeks Bay area. Staff has completed the revision of the ordinance, and we also have a presentation to outline the changes. Okay, and do we have oh, perfect. So the objectives for mandatory service is to change section 8.42.200 with an addition of mandatory collection to the Tahoma-Meeks Bay area for Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal Region. Section 8.42180 for Proposition 218 language. Other changes for Section 8.42.540 is remove the exceptions for yard waste and plastic bags. 8.42-200, carefully defining recycled materials. 842.800, consolidate enforcement under code enforcement for Section 9.02. Section 8.42150 is clarifying the board authority on rate settings, and 8.42-810, 820, and 840 were removed from the ordinance. So with mandatory service, the addition of mandatory collection area to Tahoma-Meeks Bay area and the Prop 218 language, these sections were added to incorporate the areas identified on the next slide with the map. We'll show the area of the service area just above the Emerald Bay from Tahoma to Meeks Bay. And the question would come up is, why is mandatory service? To answer the question that was posed during public comment today, that other areas that are serviced by mandatory, mandatory service is always present in South Lake Tahoe Basin within the city limits and the unincorporated areas that South Tahoe Refuse services, and that has been mandated since the mid-1970s. Mandatory service also is conscious efforts to balance the refuse collection, wildlife protection, and nature preservation. Mandatory service would provide a path to stabilize collection rates, provide extra services for bulky item disposal, and enhance the green waste service for defensible space.
Mr. Warren, can we back up a second on the question that was asked about mandatory? Is it also not true that the Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal in Placer County, Tahoe City, also has mandated?
Yes.
Yes, so really this area is in between two other areas that mandate it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, we do one more slide, please. There you go. So the survey was sent out to in August of 2025 to an email database that we had on the county, and 208 responses were received. And the slide up here, the infographic, will show that 50% of the respondents support mandatory service, with 31.25% opposing and 18.75% were neutral or had no opinion. The current satisfaction rate with TTSD is 75.96%. 79.33% favor stabilization of rates. 50% are in favor of protecting wildlife. 51.92% are in favor of expanded green waste, and 45.19% are in favor of expanded recycling programs. Proposition 218, this will be a new section that's added, and the county currently follows this for the mandatory service rate collection for South Tahoe refuse in the basin. This section would apply if it's adopted to go through in this area as well. But the section is, the county must provide written notice to each affected property owner at least 45 days before the public hearing, describing the proposed rate adjustments and its basis, supporting studies, hearing details, and requirements for submitting a valid written protest. The protest must be written, signed, and delivered by mail or in person before or at the rate hearing. Electronic or unsigned protests are invalid, and only one protest per parcel counts. At the public hearing, the board accepts oral comments and written protests. After closing the hearing, the clerk counts the valid protest, and a majority of the protest, more than 50% of the affected parcels plus one, would prevent the approval of the rate adjustment. If that were to happen, it would be brought back to staff to work with the franchisee to come back again to entertain a different rate structure. And with that, I'll go other changes. I'll turn it over to Mr. Engel here.
Hi, thanks for having me. I just wanted to go over some of the other more housekeeping related changes to 8.42. It has been updated, so we wanted to put some stuff in that was kind of overdue and needed to be changed. These including removing an exception for yard waste bags, plastic yard waste bags, carefully define a better definition, I think, of recyclable materials, consolidating enforcement from 8.42 under Code Enforcement's 9.02 section, and clarifying board authority on rate setting. Okay, I'll just go over these one by one real briefly. The plastic bag exception, basically in 8.42 there was an exception written for plastic bags for yard waste. This no longer applies. The haulers cannot accept them. The contamination is too high and the end facilities can't take them. And we have more options now with these paper bags and with BPI-based bags, so basically compostable bags. And it depends on the hauler. Each hauler has different requirements, what they can accept at their transfer stations and at curbside. But the system has been working pretty well. We just can't take traditional plastic bags anymore. Fortunately, the bag quality has also improved a lot, so they're not tearing on people. They stack really nicely, and they tend to work really well. We've had a lot of positive responses. The next section going over is a change in the definition of recycled materials. This actually came to me when we did the organic waste ordinance, and I used CalRecycle's basically their model ordinance to define, write our ordinance and compare and contrasted it. And they defined recyclable materials as basically anything that was recyclable. And I saw kind of a trap there, and I didn't like that language because the recycling markets fluctuate so much. You have things like asphalt shingles that are sometimes recyclable and sometimes not. You have things like styrofoam that is in theory recyclable, but not economically recyclable, not practically recyclable. And then there was things like, for example, like fats, oils, and grease that were included in the organic waste ordinance that I felt like weren't necessarily always recyclable depending on the market. So I included this definition that basically highlights, in bold here, it highlights that technologically, economically, and culturally practical manner as determined by the department. So that gives us some more flexibility to determine what are recyclable materials and true recyclable materials. So that definition is in 8.45, the organic waste ordinance, and now it's being added to 8.42. The next section, 9.02 is, this is a common thing throughout the county, consolidating under code enforcement. 9.02 is the code enforcement section. It standardizes things like lettering, notifications, hearings, the whole process with any county code violations. This section is excellent. I did some homework, and the board had endorsed moving, and county council had endorsed moving any kind of enforcement to this section, and we like it and it's appropriate, so we wanted to consolidate any enforcement under 9.02. So now the ordinance cross-references that. And then the last thing was on the board's authority. There was some language. Oh, sorry. That's it. Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff.
Thank you, Tim. So also, we're adding a section in here for the board's authority on rates to help clarify the role when we bring rate increases throughout the year for either interim year or base year rate increases. So a while back, the board did approve within the franchise agreements the rate setting manual, which was followed through our third-party consultant that helped develop that. It's staff review the franchise rate applications to identify any deficiencies before the public hearing and board consideration. If a proposed rate application meets all the criteria in the rate settings manual, the board has little to no discretion to deny the request under the franchise agreement unless deficiencies are identified. So we do this with a third-party auditor, and our staff review it to help weed those out before they come to your board for approval. Like I said, if deficiencies are found, the board may direct staff to do further review and application and return with an updated rate analysis. And for the rates subject to the Proposition 218, the board may approve the rates provided there is not a majority protest of 50% plus one. And with that, we're going to move into the Tahoe Truckee Stereo Disposal presentation with Mr. Collins.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Collins. I'm with Tahoe Truckee Disposal. Thank you for hearing us today. We appreciate the opportunity. I am a local myself, born and raised here in North Tahoe, the other end. This company has served this area for a great many years. We've been honored to do so. These are our neighbors. Our office is located on the West Shore. We share the same schools. We share the same grocery store. We all have similar interests. We go to the same concert in the park, and we jump off the same rocks at Lester Beach and hike the Bliss Trail together. So we have a real tie-in. We are integrated in this community, and we care about it. I don't know if I need to read verbatim. I think you probably have had the opportunity to look at that. So I'll synopsize as I go, if you don't mind. The area we serve is unique. This area of El Dorado's, I'll back up and say we are the contracted waste removal or waste hauler for adjacent areas in Placer County, town of Truckee, and we have served this El Dorado County for a great many years. The difference with what makes El Dorado County, or this particular section, unique is its geographical location is blocked in the winter months at Emerald Bay, owing to the slides that occur there. So it has to be serviced from the north. And of course, along with that, there's some very steep terrain, narrow roads, and then there's a great amount of seasonality to this. The mandatory or non-mandatory nature of this also creates some issues. We have to be ready we have to have the manpower and the equipment available to, at all times, for the greatest amount of time, the greatest demand so oftentimes in the summer, and then carry that through even the slowest periods. So the investment in infrastructure has to be there to meet the greatest demand, despite the fact that it's not always necessary. Many of our El Dorado customers start and stop service in the summer months. Many are winter skiers that come up. So we can't just turn off the service after Labor Day. We have to leave that on. We have to service. We have to drive through every street, no matter what. So there's a built-in natural expense there. Whatever the demand, the responsibility we accept as franchise holder is to always be prepared to meet that at any one time. So that is unique because we don't see that anywhere else in the basin. We, elsewhere, there's mandatory service. It was just mentioned, Placer County, the adjacent area, just immediately north of that is mandatory, as is Truckee, as is Incline Village, and South Tahoe. Those ordinances were put in place for the same reasons that are proposed here. Enhanced programs, so environmental stewardship, we all love and care about this lake. That's our first and foremost. But in addition to that, the wildlife protection, there's of course rate stabilization, but also enhanced programs that benefit the preservation of the community through health and safety standards. Defensible space needs being one of the primary concerns I, as a resident, am facing, and I know my neighbors do as well. And then the related positive impacts to property values. So what currently happens to garbage here in El Dorado County for those who do not have service? Despite claims that are made, we'd like to believe that this garbage is taken back to the Central Valley, but the truth is, do we really believe that it's pinched between the luggage and the Tahoe T-shirts and the sugar pine cones and the Tahoe snow globes, and then in the trunk of the car and taken back? That is not in our experience. Our experience, I for one, in our office on the West Shore, I for one have intercepted many a person at our dumpster throwing garbage on the lid, and I'll walk out there and I'll talk to them and I'll say, why are you doing this? You should have service. And they say, well, it's right there on pinned to the refrigerator door. How to shut down the house was instructions to drop my garbage off here on the way out of town. Now, we're not the only commercial business that suffers from this. There's a lot of commercial businesses that have this burden of illegal dumping upon them. There's also illegal dumping we know that occurs within other bear sheds, residential bear sheds. Many years ago when Placer County went mandatory, they had the same complaints from business owners, that business owners approached them and said, please make this mandatory. And it worked. It cleaned things up. So even if I've also seen, and it's sad that on the way out of town, again, there's that natural geographical break. On the way out of town, a lot of people will dump it at Blue Canyon. There's a steep cliff there, and it's sad, but it's just pitched over the side, and it's just tragic to see that. So it's true that there are people, there are good people that are responsible, that they do the right thing, they have the service, but there are also those who are irresponsible and don't. And then there's also that third element, the ones that would do the right thing if they knew what to do. And I think that's bridging the gap here, why we would like to, why mandatory service becomes a natural solution to filling those gaps. Also, as we look at some of these other programs that are proposed, such as defensible space, we can't simply turn off and on programs. So defensible greenways is huge. If we are running a greenways program, it's obviously weighted towards summer, but it has to be paid for throughout the year. It can't be just turned on and relied upon for those who participate with it to cover the expenses of running, the purchase of equipment, and training and maintaining staff to cover it. That's, even though it's weighted towards summer, it has to be paid for naturally throughout the year. I think what we want is, we want participation. We want clean neighborhoods. We want to protect wildlife from our bad habits. We want to alleviate fire risk through responsible defense space practices. And mandatory service, we believe, is the best solution to get those who are responsible from those who are not or who would be if given the chance. So one of the, again, going back to the reason why we're here, the difficulty, again, is I think it's been mentioned here that we've foregone rate increases for the last 2 years. And it's been problematic because every time we have a rate increase now, we have fewer customers sign up for service. And then that impacts surrounding areas, surrounding customers, and the environment itself. So we can't keep raising the rate because it's a regressive strategy. It's not working. The rate goes up, we lose customers, our expenses are still there and climbing, and we cannot, it's just not working. So that's why we are here today. I appreciate your ear through my stumbling comments. I will say, I did mean to have another person with me today. He had a medical emergency and so can't be here, but in his place, we've asked for our CFO, Ray Labadie, to step in, and so you'll have to excuse his not being able to be here, but I believe he is available on the, what do you call it, Zoom?
Yes, Ray
Teams?
is on Zoom, and he does have his hand raised.
Yeah, he's probably saying,
so
Jeff,
Ray, if you-
okay, sit down, shut up. But, so, I'm sorry for that.
I don't-
Bubbled. Yeah.
I don't, can you hear me right now?
Yes, loud and clear, Ray.
Oh, okay, great. And here, I'll turn my video on too. I apologize. I didn't know if, I'm Ray Labadie, the CFO for Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal. And I did not want to interrupt because I didn't know what the procedures were for speaking. There were a couple charts in there that Jeff had presented. I don't know if, oh, here we go. Okay.
Yes, I didn't really go through this in any format. I apologize, Jeff.
Yeah, there was a rate chart or two in there and some other parts of the presentation and some additional background that I'm not sure if you have questions that we could respond to those, or if you would like us to go through some of the pertinent parts of the presentation as a second pass. Either way.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think we should finish up with the presentation and then we'll get into some of the details and the questions. Is that okay? My colleagues, good? Okay. Yeah, please go ahead and carry on. We'll circle back. Thank you, Mr. Labadie, for being available.
Of course.
So,
I believe that was the end of the PowerPoint presentation. It would be the end of our staff presentation. But just to reiterate that the ordinance revision that we were tasked with bringing back is countywide. The one that's specific up here is the 8.42-200, which for the mandatory collection only. All the other items that Mr. Engel had brought up will be implemented through countywide through the ordinance update.
Thank you for that clarity.
And just as one final thing, because I know I didn't follow script here, but the monthly rate, it can be seen. We are able to reduce that single can rate naturally as we expect more participation to be feeding into the infrastructure needed to serve the area. So on that note, I will invite questions or be happy to respond to questions as you
Okay,
wish.
perfect, thank you. Mr. Ferrera?
Regarding the reduced rate, what's your anticipation? How long will that last? Or how long can you at least maintain current rates or reduced rates in the future?
There are.
Yeah, that.
Well, Ray, I'd like, since he's the more clearly.
So that rate is the projected and the calculated rate for July 1st, 2026. So the operating year from 2026, 2027. And then annually, there's an adjustment methodology in the contract what we envision is that we prepared that on a cost basis. And it was interesting, the base rate for single can service, we were able to lower that a little bit from where it stands right now. And even more so from where it would have been if we had taken our rate adjustments annually over the past year or two, which we passed on those rate increases because each, as Jeff mentioned, each year as we've been increasing the rate with the normal COLA methodology, we've had fewer people subscribing to service, and it's become somewhat regressive and counterproductive. And so for that reason, we've been talking for a number of years about the need to take the area mandatory just for practical purposes. The contract was up for renewal in September of last year, and we know that it's a longer involved public process. So we put language into the contract extension at that time that we would have the option to not fulfill our obligations, which we don't. That's not what we want to do. But if the area were to not become mandatory by this July 1st, then we have the option not to fulfill our obligations on the residential side of the contract. So that long way of saying what we would envision is we've calculated that rate internally. That's the base rate. And we've also taken an adjustment at the maximum, that's the contractual maximum for the supplemental residential rates at 6%. And the reason we did it that way in our math and our calculations was that so the base rate payers that are on mandatory service will pay an amount that is sufficient to cover to defer the fixed costs of running the routes. And then the supplemental residential rates for two-can service or overages are charged proportionate to the usage by those people that use the service more than just the base rate or having the availability of the service. And what we would expect is that for this first year to put those rates in place, which is a reduction to the current single can rate and a 6% increase to the supplemental residential rates, which has been deferred. That's less than what it would have been on those rates if we had taken the annual rate adjusters, put those in place, and then under the contract rate setting methodology, it's a mix between interim years where we use the COLA versus they call it, I think, a base year where we do a bottoms up with CROW, with the consultant that the county hires. And what we expect to have then after the first year of operating is an even better handle on what the actual costs are, the actual usage, the actual disposal that will occur in the area compared to what our projection is. And so to answer the supervisor's question, how long do we expect those rates to be in place? From July 1st of this year until June 30th of 2027. And then July 1st of next year will be subject to the normal rate setting methodology, which we would envision and believe will be a base year with the consultants confirming our math against the actuals, if that helps.
Yeah, I think so. Thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah, I got a
Mr.
question.
Turnbull?
Yeah, I can see where it went down from 38.44 to 36.10, so that is a little bit of a decrease. The thing with the mandatory, there's a lot of these people that have cabins in that particular area that are never, there even in the wintertime. Usually they just come up in the summer and stuff, and they're not VHRs. So will that impact a lot of those people that are only here on a certain times per year? Or is there a way that if you knew that they weren't there or whatever, it could give them even a reduced rate, or can they not be on mandatory pickup?
These rates, again, going back to what Ray was saying, a lot of that will be vetted out when we look at data. And as far as for next year. But there is a certain element where as a hauler, we have to stand at the ready. So the person that comes up, there are those who use it full year round. That's one thing. There are some that use it for 3 months or 4 months in the summer. There's some that use it during the Christmas holidays. We have to be ready to meet those needs no matter what. And so to have that, it's very difficult to flip that on and off and to make the adjustments in our infrastructure. To have the equipment ready, this is not inexpensive equipment. It's all 4-wheel drive vehicles and then to have the staff ready. Again, we all know the issues with hiring trained drivers. So
I would offer this also. When we have people that go on and off service, it's very difficult for us to schedule, to open an account, to close account. We prorate it to the month currently, which is terribly inefficient. A lot of the people that go on service for, let's say, 4 months of the year, they use the defensible space, the green waste, quite a bit while they're on service. And it's disproportionate, the cost is disproportionate to the amount of rate that they pay during the whole year. And on our end, it's also the case that in the summer, it's the most expensive time for us to be able to provide the service because it's difficult to be staffed with the summer, during the summer months. We just went through our seasonal hiring and we're not there, to be honest with you right now. And the way that we get through the summer is to pay a lot of overtime to cover the summer months. So it doesn't, like Jeff had said, it doesn't really work for us to be able to purchase equipment, try to have staffing levels, to make accommodations to service the summer months at a rate that doesn't make sense because the costs are really spread across the full year.
And I would add, especially to the green waste program, which is a very
Supervisor, can I dovetail off of your
sure.
question? I did notice that you provide exemptions in Placer County for different quarters that people can apply and say, I'm not going to be there for this quarter. If they're there for 1 day during that quarter, they get billed automatically.
Right.
So, there is something there, but would you be offering that same exemption process to Tahoma and Meeks Bay?
At this point, no, and I'm going to allow Ray to chime in with this, but there are some problems with that. It's a difficult program to administer and difficult for customers to understand, and it's not just by month; it's by quarter, and they have to. In that program, they have to ask for it in advance, and also those. If we look at Placer, the numbers of that we serve can absorb those a little bit more than El Dorado County area we serve. So at this point, no. Ray, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I would just add, it's a difficult program. It's basically of the 3 surrounding areas, we service Placer County, Town of Truckee, Nevada County, and all 3 of those are mandatory adjacent and in the basin. And Placer County, that area 3, is the one that has an opportunity for an exemption. People apply on a quarterly basis. And the administration of it is not satisfying either for ourselves as a company or the customers, just because there's a lot of issues in terms of expectations and having to do it each and every quarter. And then the question becomes a lot of times there's evidence that properties are being used, but then an exemption has been applied for, and it's just a tough position to be in, to become the enforcers or the, the police, to say, well, the property was obviously being used, service was provided or turned on, and it causes a lot of issues, if you will.
Madam Chair, may I
Supervisor
interject something to help answer, maybe help answer
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull's question? In reviewing this with County Council, they kind of enlightened me some legal terms, which I can kind of go over that might help clarify some of the questions. That mandatory service would mean that everyone gets billed, and the billings would be, remain consistent with the data showing what benefit is being provided to the parcel or is immediately available to that parcel. And that would be under Article 13D, Section 6B4, which states that a fee or charge may not be imposed unless the service is actually used by or is immediately available to the owner of the property subject to the fee or charge. And that is the point where it would be spreading it out equally to all the parcels up there to make that mandatory service charge be consistent with all the parcels up there.
And what are you reading that from? Is that something we have?
No, this is from County Council that was brought to me late, just as far as to help understand what the questions would be with mandatory service and the structure of it to make it consistent. So it does state that even though if someone does not currently have service and does not want to use it, that service is made available to them, which then they'd be subject to the mandatory fee.
I'm
Madam
not sure
Chair,
that clarified anything
I
for
believe
me.
that's just language from the state constitution.
Oh, okay.
But that we
All
know
right.
as Prop 218.
Okay, got it.
I know that in, for example, Truckee, where we also serve, everyone must pay. And it's recognized that there is benefit to the community, even for those who rarely use their home, that the fact that there is something available, made available for all to use at any time. They don't have to turn it on or off or deal with the complicated matter. They can, if they're up, they can put it out, it's done. It benefits the environment, it benefits the community, it maintains the positive impact to property values by not degrading the neighborhoods. I think it was viewed as a community, if you're a member of this community, this is the investment you make. And especially with the defensible space. Again, going back to those who do come up in the summer are usually using those defensible space programs, and good on them, because that's what we want. But as Ray said, you can't just ask for them to pay for it. If you, in those few summer months, it will be too expensive, and then they won't use it, so.
Other questions, Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, we got a last minute email, so I don't know if everybody saw it. But it's from a cabin user on the Forest Service tract, and he says that they don't have a paved road to their cabin, and it sounds like this little tract of cabins just doesn't have access. So would they be exempted from this ordinance, the way the ordinance is written, that they don't have a road to the cabins? Do we know that?
These are, we'd have to take a look at it.
Yeah.
Our first, my first response to that would be, I'd like to see this and go out to it
Yeah.
and talk with the customer and see if we can find some way that they could use the service. Because, and that's probably an outlier.
That's my thinking, but that's why I wanted to bring it to your attention, is you're gonna have some outliers probably in this whole process.
I would want to work with that customer
Yeah.
to see what we could do, because even they would probably want to have a defensible space program. If they're that far out, they might want to have some items they want to clean up.
Yeah.
So
So just bring that up, that we did.
Same thing
we
with
just got
bulky
late.
waste. If they have
Yeah.
that's a great program, very popular in our other areas. So those things can be used, so.
Yeah, and getting back to that a little bit, and concern, especially with these cabins that are in that particular area, like Lori brought up, a lot of those roads are not plowed, especially during the wintertime. And you can't even get out or even get into them areas, and it's basically because it's not county maintained. So there's some issues that, like Lori was talking about, these cabins sit back a long ways, because I've been up to Tacoma. I know a couple friends of mine that own cabins up there, and they're having those kind of issues because, you know, especially during the winter months, it's hard for them to get in and out. That's why
Understood,
they close them
yeah.
down, is what they do.
And we obviously function on county-maintained roads, and to veer off of them creates, well, in some cases we do, where the resident will take care of it, and we will charge an extra charge to retrieve that garbage for them. But generally speaking, yeah, it needs to be roadside. And again, I would, in those circumstances where during the winter months, they're inaccessible, in the summer, they are accessible. And,
Right.
and the hope is that they would utilize the service much more so with all of these other programs included.
Yeah, and sometimes we do a common collection area too, at the bottom where the county maintained road meets the unimproved road. And we actually go on some of the unimproved roads, by the way.
Yeah, in those cases, we just ask customers to mark their cans. Well, put it on the service, out on the service day, and mark their cans, so we can identify and record them. So.
Other questions? Okay, I still have some issues that I just want to bring up. There's a reference here to 9.02. There's several references to 9.02. I didn't have time to look up 9.02, but it has to do with wildlife getting into trash containers and making a mess. And it says here in this proposed policy that TTSD actually cleans that up and bills the customer however you do that. How does this work with short-term rentals where we have a very tight policy around garbage and the fines are $1,000 and it can jeopardize your even being able to keep your permit if it happens on multiple occasions? So how do these two ordinances work together in a logical way?
Do you want me to respond, or, okay?
Yeah, again, I'm sorry. So the consolidation of under 9.02 allows us to basically follow the steps under code enforcement. It allows any enforcement official to enforce any codes throughout the county, whether it be Director Warren or building and planning or anybody who's enforcing codes for under the solid waste ordinance.
Yeah, but that's what I don't like. I mean, and that's what we really tried to clean up with the vacation home rental ordinance, the one that applies here in the basin. There were, EMD was getting reports from Clean Tahoe, and then environmental management was sending a letter assessing
so-
like a $75 fine. I mean, it doesn't work.
Let me rephrase. We're trying
Okay.
to avoid exactly that under code enforcement. Consolidating under 9.02 allows code enforcement to function as to enforce things like the solid waste ordinance under like this ordinance, but be code enforcement and removing the job from E&D. That way, if someone's working with VHRs, they're able to work with one party and deal with one process. We want to expand 9.02 consolidation under as many codes as we can because it allows code enforcement to everyone to follow one process under one hearing, one type of hearing officer, one type of letter, notification procedures. So the goal, the goals of consolidating under 9.02 is to give the county flexibility to have, say, building and planning deal with VHRs and not involve environmental management in solid waste ordinance violations.
In a lot of, in our other areas, a lot of, so Placer County, immediately adjacent, we will just notify, if we note a mess, we will notify the customer and that it's a problem. And then at some point, we escalate it to the health department. But usually, the residents pleased to hear it, and they repair the behavior. As you mentioned, a lot of it's short-term rentals where people don't know how things work versus whatever community they come from. So a lot of it's education and we find that solves a lot of the problems. So before it escalates to that point, where environmental health has to get involved, we will communicate with the customer and then respond accordingly, how the county wishes for us to escalate.
Well, I didn't get a chance to look at 9.02, even though it's referenced multiple times in here, so I don't really know exactly what it says. I certainly don't know or understand how it really gets implemented. It just sounds like there's potentially a lot of people that might get involved if there's a mess. And with regards to vacation home rentals, we want it to be code enforcement only. So I don't know how we clearly make that happen.
Yeah, so again, I think I misspoke earlier. I'm sorry to give you the wrong misconception. Under consolidation in 9.02, right now, if someone makes a solid waste complaint about a VHR under the solid waste ordinance, so under 8.42.500, like I put trash all over my property or illegal dumping, environmental management is required under the ordinance to be the lead agency. So that is the problem, is basically saying that environmental management and the director must take this complaint and must follow the procedures in 8.42, the solid waste ordinance, like a letter, a notification, and all the enforcement that's spelled out in 8.42. By basically switching that to 9.02, it allows an enforcement official under code enforcement to basically prosecute, if that's not the right word, prosecute the code violation. So code enforcement can now be the lead agency for solid waste violations. So it actually consolidates things under one house. Our attempt is, by putting everything under 9.02 code enforcement, it allows the right people to enforce the law, county codes, and removes all these different entanglements and different departments involved in this code, particularly in this case, us.
Well, and I read in this article, in this particular section that we're trying to amend, and I don't know exactly where I saw it, but it specifically said that if TTSD rolls up onto a property and there's garbage spewed about, they will collect it and they will bill the owner for that. So again, how does that, with vacation home rentals, if there is garbage that has been turned upside down because wasn't put in the bear box properly or whatever the condition is, if it's a vacation home rental, they have 30 minutes. The owners have 30 minutes to clean up that mess, and every 30 minutes thereafter, the fine goes up. So how does that relate to what we're trying to do here? How do we separate those two?
Madam Chair, are you referring to the section on summary abatement under 8.42.800? Maybe
No, I'm not. I don't know what this 9.02 section is. That's what I think you were trying to explain. But the vacation home rental ordinance is a whole different matter.
Sure. I'm trying to get to the section that you saw regarding TTSD picking up trash. Because there is a section that refers to new summary abatement and code
that was
enforcement.
800?
8.42.800. So as I believe Tim mentioned earlier, it is a movement we're trying to make across the county to, rather than having specific enforcement procedures and penalties sprinkled throughout ordinances, we're trying to consolidate them and refer everything back to section 9.02, which is the general abatement section. So it is the same section, as Tim said, that the VHR ordinance refers to. So you are, rather than pointing these issues back to environmental management, we're pointing them back to code enforcement, which is where the VHR ordinance points to as well. The section 8.42.800, which refers to abating nuisances, remember, this is the general solid waste ordinance. So this goes beyond perhaps just garbage that's strewn about on a given day. It includes, people who potentially are maintaining that condition on their property throughout the year. So enforcement official refers back again to section 9.02, and that is whoever is authorized under county code to enforce either the VHR or now under this revision, this code as well. So it would be the same process. And I think the summary abatement piece might be what you're referring to, where it gives the enforcement official, if there's an immediate need, the authority to go ahead and abate it and then charge back the party after abatement. Or was there another section that was more specific to the hauler?
It could be, like I said, I read it, and there's just so much in here. I mean, this is a lot of changes. And I just noted it in my brain, and I didn't write it down on a piece of paper, so I apologize for that. But thank you for trying to clarify.
And I think this section, it contemplates if there's a violation of a permit as well. So I think the intent is to have, all of this point back to the code enforcement official. If the code enforcement official is, citing this section of summary abatement and doing some kind of abatement, they would know that this is also a violation of the VHR permit holder. And so that would be coordinated through the process that already exists of coordination between planning, building, and code enforcement to make sure that that is also cited and noted. And those costs can then be recovered if there's any enforcement action that goes through that process.
Yeah, I just, I've had to deal with the vacation home rentals in the basin for a while now, and it all sounds good in theory, but sometimes it doesn't work because no one's talking to each other.
So
Mr.
that
Ferrero.
was I was going to ask the question, what's the link between TTSD and code enforcement? If they roll up to a house and it's, the bear box is open, there's trash everywhere, you guys pick it up and you charge, is code enforcement notified, or how could they be?
Why would they need to be?
Yeah.
Why would they need to be if they're gonna bill back the owner anyway?
Because
Because we have fines.
we have fines, $1,000 fine for
Yeah,
that.
they're charging for the service.
I
And it-
understand,
And it
but,
jeopardizes your permit.
but if it's an animal that does it, you gonna fine the animal?
No, we fine the person for not securing their garbage. It's very clear in the vacation home rental ordinance.
Okay, so there's gotta be a connection there then.
I think,
Well
if I
done.
may speak, our first response is to get it off the ground and prevent it from being any further nuisance.
Right.
Whether to hit the water table or to invite more animal intrusion. So from there, we can certainly, we take photos of it and then go through and report it back with photos to the appropriate department. And then, and that also creates a record for our own purposes for billing. So it's naturally going to be done anyway. So maybe that's.
It's duplicating what we used to do with Clean Tahoe, where they sent reports to EMD. Sometimes that worked, sometimes it didn't. They sent out notices, very minor fines. So it's not clear to me that this process is going to be in place or is even understood. And that's partly my problem in not explaining it well.
And maybe first of all, to put this in place, this mandatory requirement may abate some of that problem anyway. And then, again, this whole process, it's maybe a wait and see if this works better than what it has in the past.
Some of the other concerns that we heard from constituents was people leaving their property, let's say on Monday, and your service, I'm making this up, is on Wednesday. And so I noticed that another thing that you don't do is you don't allow for the screw tops, which is another form of a bear-resistant can. You don't service those. So if it does become mandatory and people are leaving their properties prior to, what do you recommend that they do to make sure that wildlife doesn't get into it?
First and foremost, the bear sheds, which are highly manual, they're very demanding as far as manual labor, but that seems to work the best. The screw top is problematic because, and we can certainly revisit that, but what we've found is that the bear will still bump it and push it down into a ravine. Dogs and bears are different. You always know which is it used to be back in the 70s, it was dog problems. And dogs tip over trash and tear into it right there. Bears remove it from the area, and they'll tip, so we'll see these cans push down into a ravine and where they will get into it eventually. And so it's, the problem is still there, the problem still exists, it's just removed to a different area. And it's just, that's why we've always put some hesitation on serving those screw tops. It's also, in the winter months, if you can imagine a frosty can, and a driver trying to hold the base of the can while spinning the lid with two cans, it ends up being, I don't know, a scene from Benny Hill. But we can certainly revisit the.
And Tahoma and Meeks Bay, I'm almost done. Tahoma and Meeks Bay are exempt from SB 1383, the three-cart system. Is that right?
That is correct. They currently have an exemption under an elevation waiver.
And I would add a couple things, Supervisor Lane. On that immediate topic, there are exemptions there. Also, it's coming to a facility that's also currently operating as a high diversion organics facility. So those areas meet the requirements in two ways. They have an exemption, and even if they didn't have an exemption, it would still qualify because it's being processed in such a way, and we're achieving a high enough level of organics diversion. The other thing I would say, going back to the point a little bit earlier, is that in terms of, as Jeff had said, mandatory service may help abate some of the instances where there would be a mess that would occur. But also the other thing it would do is it would create a situation where it would become a reportable event for every property. When we pick it up, we clean the mess, we charge for the mess. If it's over a certain size, we report it to environmental health anyway. So it would create a mechanism for that loop to be closed in the field at every property.
That's true. Right now, that doesn't exist. Yeah, because it's non-mandatory.
I would like to just kind of go back to the summary abatement section. What we're doing is we're trying to consolidate. We have a mechanism that was previously, and actually currently still is in the ordinance until approval, that outlines the enforcement and abatement. And it becomes difficult when we have two different things we could pull from. I'm authorized under Chapter 9.02 for under code enforcement to enforce that section, which does carry like the first offense of $100, the second offense of $200, and the third offense of $500, and so on. This helps by going just to one section of the code. It opens the door to have it more streamlined and more efficient for code enforcement violations and to address any type of solid waste issue that we have to address throughout El Dorado County, West and Basin.
All right, are there any other questions of my colleagues at this time? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board to discuss and/or take action. I'm in favor of having mandatory trash collection in this area. I do think the overall benefits are significant. They're surrounded by areas that are mandatory as well. I am not sure that I'm ready today to approve the first reading, because I really want to make sure that this code enforcement piece is correct, and not having 9.02 to refer to and not taking the time to find it myself, which is on me. And I don't really think that we do have some sense of urgency. But if we're going to do a first reading today and a second reading next week, I think we can do a first reading next week and do a second reading a little bit down the road, as close as we can get it agendized. I would feel more comfortable with that. What date?
June 9th.
June 9th, yeah. There's a lot on the agenda for June 9th, but if it was a second reading, it would probably be on consent. That's just my personal opinion. I'm anxious to hear what you all think.
Well, if it's not clear in that area, to me, it would be simple to add the language that if that occurs, notification is made. I think that's what you're trying to get at. But until you clarify that, and Jeff, you add it, if it's not in there, then I'm good with waiting until the
Yeah,
19th?
I got a question on that, being that I have my surgery on the 8th and I'm not gonna be here on the 9th
Oh, come on.
for that reading. Is it gonna take a 4/5 vote, or will it be?
No,
not?
it won't be a 4/5 vote, but the important thing is you'll be here on the 19th. The problem is
Well, I won't be here on
Supervisor
19. I'll just let you know my feelings on this. I certainly, I find it, I think it'd be extremely challenging to operate a business under these conditions. Would they have, quarterly exemptions and, 1 week, 1 month they're paying for service and, the next week they're not. So I can appreciate that. I also appreciate the homeowners that, never use their property. They're paying for service, but I've got a place in Truckee and I do that currently, and it's kind of the norm. So I would support this. But move, table it till next week so you can get the clarification. I think there should be a link between, if it's not reported to code enforcement, that the trash company notifies code enforcement or environmental management, who rolls it up to code enforcement.
Yeah, I just think it has to be clear.
Yeah,
Supervisor?
and that connection would be in the agreement with the refuse company, right? So that would get written into that, how we want them to interact with our ordinance, I would imagine. Is that the missing thing, why we're not seeing it maybe? Because, do you know what I'm saying? County council, I see you're nodding your head, but I mean.
I do. I think that, as Sue and I were just talking about it, and I think that what the concern that's being raised, I do think is one that's more of an operational issue rather than an ordinance-based issue. Now, I'm not trying to push back on any desire to kick this out a week to resolve these issues, because there perhaps could be some language that's added to clarify some of these things. But as I was hearing the discussion, I think that's, Supervisor Ferrero, you hit the nail on the head. It's an issue about ensuring that anything that's identified by the hauler is reported to the appropriate individuals, whether it's EMD or code enforcement directly, to the extent that violation, and it's great that they're cleaning it up, but it nevertheless is a violation of the code, that violation can be recorded to the extent it has bearing on any other permits that property owner may maintain. And I think that's your concern, Supervisor Lane, is that right, we are trying to be very diligent in the VHR context because this has been such a problematic issue, and it is great that the mess is cleaned up, but the behavior is I think the concern that you're trying to raise. So I do think it's more so an operational thing that I think needs to be coordinated, but with the extra week to consider whether the ordinance needs to be revised to reinforce that, I think that's certainly something we could do.
Question for you. If the trash company shows up, they clean it up, they take pictures, they send the information to code enforcement, can they levy fines based on photos that they haven't witnessed?
So, I mean,
or
we
how
have to consider that.
what's the process for that?
Yeah, I did see, I will admit, I'm not totally conversant in the solid waste ordinance, but I did see some provisions that indicate that kind of the documentation provided by the waste hauler, at least for purposes of that ordinance, would be sufficient to validate that there had been a violation. We would have to look at that. I mean, it very well could be where, because it was cleaned up immediately, perhaps a fine isn't levied, but it's recorded for purposes of any future violations that may occur. Because if we do have these repeat offenders, I think that's when we definitely want to make sure that we're taking action under other regulatory schemes.
Yeah, one of the questions I got is, he was talking about these carts where the bear gets in them, knocks them down into the gully and stuff. If a person puts out their can and they leave and they're not back for 3 months to pick up the garbage, and it ends up on the ground because the bear gets into it, is it possible that he would be fined, that person would be fined for that? Especially if it was,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even-
well, and it depends if it's a VHR or if it's not. So if it's not, it sounds like TTSD cleans it up and sends the owner a bill. If it's a vacation home rental, they're supposed to contact the neighbor's supposed to contact code enforcement, and the owner or the property's representative has 30 minutes to get there and clean it up, because what we know is once that material gets on the ground, all other kinds of wildlife come and get it too, birds, squirrels, and it just scatters very quickly. So the timeline that you have 30 minutes to clean it up is very important. and it comes with a $1,000 fine.
Well, the biggest concern that I have, especially if that person leaves, let's say they just come up for the summer and they leave and they close their cabin and everything up, and then they put the garbage out and it gets picked up, gets knocked over, and then they end up getting fined for it, even though it's secured, because I'm not kidding you. Bears can get into anything if they put their mind to it. So that's a little bit of my concern. Why would they get fined if it was been securely secured and a bear gets into it, and then they end up
Well, I
fined when
think
they're not
that's
coming
what we're
back?
gonna
So
try to, I think that's
I
what
think
we're gonna
that's
try to
something
work
that,
out.
that's what I think that gives us some time to look into it a little bit deeper before we make a decision, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So we're continuing this item?
yes.
Do we need to
Do we
vote on
need to
that?
A
Or do
motion
we-
to table, or?
Yeah, I think that it'd be best to have a motion to continue the item to whichever date you're selecting. I don't know if May 19th is.
Is there room on the 19th?
It's pretty full.
We'll have to make room.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to have a long day because then we're on a big break, so.
I do want to note that it may make it more difficult, if it's still possible, to adopt new rates by July 1st. And I don't know how that affects the hauler, but I just want to throw that out there. I think that we're kind of on a schedule to get those rates adopted by July 1st, should all of the rest of this go through, of course. So you might want to weigh in from them.
Does somebody want to comment on that? I know there's like a 45-day noticing period for the rates.
Correct. So with the second passage, if it were to go on to next week, the ordinance would take effect in 30 days, which would be right about mid-June without looking it up. We tentatively have the rate hearing scheduled for June 23rd. Operationally, I can't speak on behalf of TTSD, but I know Ray would do it, but it's the mechanisms of inputting rates and getting everybody set up on the service would take time. But again, I don't want to answer on their behalf. But the rate for Proposition 218, because if the area is made mandatory, it has to be a 45-day notice. In anticipation, a letter was mailed out in anticipation of it moving forward on this path. There is a footnote on there that everyone has been notified of the proposed rates and the process of under Prop 218 with the asterisk of if the ordinance is passed on the second reading of May 19th. So if it were to go forward, the notice is already sent out. If we do table it, it would be logistically, I don't know if we would be able to make it in time for that June 23rd hearing because of the time frame of whatever the next date after May 19th is.
Madam
If
Chair,
it's
could
June 9th,
I
then
throw
we
out an
push out 30
idea?
days
Yeah,
into July.
maybe. I recommend that you maybe take first the question of whether you support the mandatory collection. And perhaps if you do support that, you might be able to move that forward today and then provide direction to staff to work out these other operational issues. And if that needs to come back with further amendments to the ordinance, or if it's just a contract revision, or if it's just a procedural issue that needs to get worked out, you could work that out. But that's just an option to throw out there. Because the bigger issue really, I think, that we thought you'd be grappling with today is this mandatory collection piece. So
We surprised you.
So just an option for you to consider, because you can always give staff direction to look further into this procedural issue and make sure that we have kind of, everything in line with the reporting of the violations back under the VHR ordinance and those pieces. And those might not even actually require changes to the ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would be open to that. I said right out of the gate that I do think the mandatory service is appropriate.
Agreed.
So, does somebody want to take a crack at a motion?
What is the motion? We want to continue it to.
So, yeah, continue it
to May 19th.
with the general understanding that the board supports the movement towards mandatory service in this area.
I guess I was suggesting that maybe you don't need to continue it. You could go ahead with amending the ordinance to approve the mandatory collection area, and we can work out the operational pieces separately.
Okay, but part of that whole thing about TTSD cleaning stuff up is in this. It's in this document.
And I think we need to look at it more closely. So we could even do the amendment changes on different tracks if we needed to. Without knowing exactly which section you're referring to, it's hard to respond.
The cleanup from TTSD is going to happen regardless of whether or not we do mandatory. Exactly.
Well-
Or not, because they're already doing that, right?
That's my question, but that's my concern. You just nailed it. That's my concern. It conflicts with the VHR ordinance.
Yeah, but a lot of these are not VHRs. That's what I'm saying.
And a lot are. I
Well,
mean,
I'm just-
Tahoma is something like
Chair,
80%
I think
second homeowners.
Mr. Warren has something to say.
I'm going to raise my physical hand instead of a virtual hand. I don't know if this will help or not, but the ordinance is addressed, and it's meant to be county-wide as far as the procedures what the county would do. When we go into what a franchise hauler gets into, what the do's and don'ts are, that would be written into the franchise agreement of what the duties that they would do. So that would be something with moving forward, making this area mandatory. We would go back and revise the franchise agreement, and we could put that in there of what their duties are if they come up across a property, and we can cross-reference it with our county ordinance to be in line with their franchise agreement of what the duties they are, what they would be responsible for. So that's something definitely we can do. If we move forward today, we can revise the franchise agreement and then put that in there as a line item as their duties of when they come across a parcel that has trash and garbage strewn over, that they will do X, Y, and Z and then notify environmental management of such. And then it's in our court to then follow the county ordinance under what we do under chapter 9.02. So just to reiterate, there's nothing in chapter 9.02 or in this ordinance that specifically calls out any one of our franchisees of what the duties are. It's just strictly on the county's duties.
And that's what I was trying to allude to earlier, is I think that we can go ahead and do this, and then when we update that agreement with them, we'll make it very clear the do's and don'ts of how they're gonna operate to coordinate to your, point with the VHR ordinance. I think we can do this. Does
Okay.
that make sense? Does that help?
It helps, yeah.
So I would move the item for approval with direction to staff to bring back the franchise agreement to amend and to deal with the discussion that we've had about tying in the VHR and the finding and collection and so forth as if the animals or whatever get into it.
Clarification, yeah.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'll second.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will not call on myself.
I was gonna call on you, but.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a break for lunch, and we will come back at 1. Are we gonna try to do a working lunch?
What do we have left?
We just
Closed
really
session.
have,
Open forum. And closed session.
yeah.
Closed session.
I
open
think
forum.
we're okay. Let's just take a lunch break, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock for open forum.
Good.
We'll go ahead and come back into session. We are at our 1 o'clock time allocation for open forum. We will now take open forum comments. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on today's agenda. Is there, I'll go ahead and open this up to Ms. Runkle.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will alert you when your time is up. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining by Zoom, please ensure to unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to address the board at this time for open forum comments on items not on our agenda? Mr. Messina.
Come on up. Speaking for myself, just came from a wonderful meeting between the county and the South Lake Tahoe City Parks Department on working out the last few kinks in moving the nutrition program into the new recreation center. It's wonderful to see them working together so well. Really appreciate that. And one other thing I'd hope that we can maybe work together on is to stop calling it the 56 acres and give it a name appropriate to the people who donated the land and created our first community center here in 1938. And rename it the
Dunlap?
I'm tongue-tied. I lost my place. Anyway, rename it the Dunlap Community Center because they actually created our first community center. They donated the land. They built the Tahoe campgrounds. They built our first library there. They really should be, their work should really be acknowledged better than calling it the 56 acres. I hope we can get the city and county to work together on changing all of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none in the room, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Peter Turner.
Hi, my name is Pete Turner. I appreciate your meeting today. It was very educational. I apologize for my ignorance. I had participated in today's call hoping to have an opportunity to comment on the discussion regarding the mandatory residential waste program. Is this an opportunity to do that, or is there another forum for that kind of comment? I did submit some comments via email prior to the meeting.
Great. Well, thank you for doing that. This is not the time to talk about items that were on the agenda, but I will reach out to you so that hopefully we can have a conversation about that.
I appreciate that very much, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. How the heck are you? Up in beautiful Lake Tahoe. I'm down in the Triple Junction here on Sly Park Road, burning brush and clearing the property for the upcoming, hopefully not fire season. Anyway, once again, public comment is being stifled. I just experienced that this morning. I made a mention of it. This is not good. By the time you guys get to the item, your short-term memory could well be playing tricks with you. I know it does with me. But it just seems wrong to comment on something and then have the public hearing, if you will. I know it's not a, quote, public hearing through sleight of hand, yeah. Let's call a spade. Anyway, not happy. No to Town and Country, of course, and good governance. You're missing the point back to public involvement. But on this particular day, I'd like to ask the question and request the board look into and comment upon, through the NEPA process, the proposed application of herbicides on the, quote, Caldor burn area. Much of this land, or not much, but some of this land is in the Tahoe Basin, and I know many of my friends up there are very concerned about this. Hopefully they will, excuse me, following up with some comments here today and into the future. Darn, shredded coconut. Anyway, there's a lot of confusion. They're saying that they're going to apply the herbicide on the Heavenly Valley area, and I do not understand. As I understand it, there was no burn onto their lands, onto their leased lands, use permit lands from the fire. Got close, but I don't recall that it's there. But there's also that big swath from Christmas Valley to Friel area that was affected by the fire. And then countywide, they're suggesting of doing this, of course, on the west slope. SPI has been drowning the fire area with herbicides. Take a look out Mormon Immigrant Trail, and you will see clearly who owns
Thank
what
you.
property.
3 minutes.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from concerned citizen.
The county's fiscal year 2024 to 25 audited financial statements. The public is likely to hear that this was a clean audit, but that is not the same thing as clean finances, clean controls, or clean government. The audit documents identify serious red flags that deserve public discussion. The county is currently $296 million in the hole on its unrestricted bottom line. That is not a small accounting footnote. It reflects a major structural burden driven largely by long-term pension and retiree health obligations. The general fund cushion is shrinking. The county's own report says it's spendable, and unrestricted general fund balance would cover only 120 days of operations, down from 139 days the year before. That's only 4 months of runway. The county reimbursed a developer with CFD bond proceeds for improvements on private property. The report itself says that over $1 million from CFD number 1992-1 was used to reimburse a developer before the property was transferred to a public agency. Livingston should comment on this immediately and potentially resign for this illegal action. That reimbursement violated county guidelines. The county's own report says the payment violated reimbursement and acquisition guidelines and created potential regulatory compliance issues, aka the SEC. The auditor issued a separate management letter flagging the Serrano CFD problem. That means the issue was significant enough to be separately called out, even if it was not classified as a formal material weakness. The auditor controller, Joe Harn, relied too heavily on DOT representations. The auditors specifically recommend independent verification before CFD proceeds are dispersed. Similarly, the auditors recommended a retrospective review of prior developer reimbursements. That means the public should not assume this was limited to one payment. The county admits possible capital asset recording problems. If public money paid for improvements, the county should be able to prove ownership, public access, and proper accounting. These are disastrous things. Joe Harn has been in that position for more than 30 years. He should resign immediately. Not only that, the county faces major litigation costs. The Austin mitigation fee settlement was almost $15 million from the county. The Davis wrongful conviction, in which the county convicted a man wrongly of murder and sent him to prison for 15 years and then paid out, cost the county $3.25 million. Not only that, the county has large long-term liabilities, pension, retiree health, landfill, self-insurance, and compensated absence obligations. The large budget to actual variances make oversight harder. When revenues and expenditures vary this much from budget, the public deserves plain English explanations. The board should not accept the phrase clean audit as the end of the discussion. The public deserves a full explanation of the Serrano CFD reimbursement, a public retrospective review of developer payments.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking comments from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett Koshan, again, resident of El Dorado County. I would like to call your attention that in this open forum, the law does allow you to briefly respond to my statement and also to briefly ask your staff for a question of clarification. My statement is, it's time to house everybody in Grizzly Flat. My question is, I applaud how you found $550K to house a lot of the folks who didn't have insurance, and can't you find another $550K? Ask your staff. That is 0.06% of your billion-dollar budget. When I review the audit report, I see that it's a complicated budget, but your fund balances increase over time. You're coming up on June. You're going to make the best estimate that you can. But if you use last year as the guideline, when you adopt a budget in September, there will be 40, 50, 60, it varies, but there's a trend line where you have extra money. And, that's okay because those are reserves you can play in different areas. But as stated in the audit report that you adjusted today, you have over $100 million that's unrestricted, and somewhere in there, I think you can find $550K and live up to what Supervisor Parlin said back in June, that in decision-making, it's not the almighty dollar. We have to keep things balanced, and housing the folks in Grizzly Flat, to me, it's about time to have a balanced county in terms of quality of life and our taking care of each other. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Brian. Brian, can you please unmute yourself? It looks like you're muted again. And we're not able to hear you.
How about now?
That's great.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Brian. I'm a registered voter out of Tahoma. I think my question's already been addressed. I think somebody brought it up to my attention that one of the items that I'm wanting to discuss was on the board for this meeting. It was already on this meeting, so I don't think I can discuss it. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're only taking public comment on any item that was not on today's agenda.
Okay. Do you guys come out with something that says like what's going to be on the agenda for next time so I could bring it up then?
Yes, our agendas always come out on Wednesdays by 5 p.m.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. I left a message, I think, at all of your guys' offices too, so I look forward to talking to you.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Gina Posey.
Good afternoon, board. It's nice to see all of you there in South Lake Tahoe. I'm Gina Posey, candidate for supervisor here in District 4, and I'm asking the board today to consider ways we can better support our county employees during these very difficult economic times. Our employees are the people who keep our county functioning, and I am hearing they are under tremendous financial pressure. One reason is because more than 2/3 of our employees do not live in El Dorado County. This means they are commuting significant distances every single day just to come to work and serve us. Gas prices have almost doubled, along with the cost of groceries, utilities, and insurance. I've been told that these rising costs are forcing employees to make difficult choices between buying gas, buying food, or paying other bills. I would respectfully ask the board to consider whether there are ways that the county could help. One idea might be reinstating a flexible work from home policy similar to what existed during COVID. Could our county allow eligible employees where hybrid work is possible to work remotely 2 out of 5 days each week? Even reducing commuting by just 2 days a week could save our employees hundreds of dollars a month in gas. It could also help improve morale and support employee retention. Most importantly, it would demonstrate compassion and understanding during a time when many families are struggling financially. I hope the board will consider having a discussion on this issue and would explore options to help our hardworking employees who serve this county every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Dean Getz.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. Dean Getz again. I'm making a general public comment about a broader policy issue, one that was addressed earlier this morning through the consent item, that is the audit report. But the broader policy item that I'm bringing to your attention is the professional conduct of the auditor, controller, and related staff as it relates to the board's responsibility to administer fiduciary oversight over the county. At 9 o'clock this morning, Supervisor Parlin had the good sense to call Auditor Controller Harnup, who stood before you and verbally stated there's no fraud here regarding, for example, the CFD 1992 audit
Mr.
report.
Getz, we're not talking about any items that were on the agenda this morning, okay?
I was very
non-agenda
clear, and
items.
you're interrupting me, Supervisor. I am making a broad professional conduct comment about the board's oversight, the board's inability to administer its oversight. This morning, you rubber stamped an item. You failed to do your oversight. That wasn't agendized. Let me be clear. Mr. Harn stood in front of you, and you did not hear that the audit report was full of issues because apparently none of you read the audit report. Let me be clear. The board did not find all of the problems in the audit report.
Mr. Getz, again, we are not talking about the audit report right now. We are taking public comment on non-agenda items. Please
it is not
stay on topic.
agendized. It is not agendized to materially misstate.
The audit report was agendized. May we move on, please?
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, I want to say, please bring back the standard engagement per item on the agenda items, because there's been a lot of discussion taking place that should have, I think, been able to involve the public. Another item that I want to look up, I looked up some of the ordinances, and so Section 130.60.010, it says this chapter establishes a planning agency as provided by California Government Code Section 65-100, comprised of the board, the planning commission, the zoning administrator, the director, and the department. So we under government code have defined what our planning agency is, which is multiple organizations within our county. I only bring that up to the idea of the resolution of intention being done by the planning commission. That doesn't mean they can approve it. So I actually found a recommendation from South Lake Tahoe City where the planning manager made a resolution of intention that went to the board of the supervisors, the city council to approve. So basically, resolution of intention is the mechanism of communication. From one organization, it's like a formal process. And the final approval still goes to the board of supervisors. So I just wanted to bring that up from within our own code, as that was something that was questioned. Additionally, I just want a totally different topic. I was recently going through the El Dorado Hills specific plan, aka Serrano, which was approved in 1988. And interesting enough, I've looked at it a number of times, but this time I kind of caught that White Rock Road from Latrobe to Silver Valley Parkway interchange was actually supposed to be expanded to 4 lanes in conjunction with the highway interchange. So I only bring that up just as a little reminder of what these big, massive developments do. It's almost 40 years, and now we as the county are actually having to take care of it. And so that's an example of why we have all of the road problems that we do. So again, hoping people can stay away from some of these large general plan and specific plan adjustments to stop things like that happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Eric Asbury.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Eric Asbury, full-time resident up here in the city of South Lake Tahoe and small business owner. Thank you for coming up here. I really appreciate the biannual visits that you guys do up the hill. Sometimes we feel like we're forgotten up here. My discussion today on the non-agenda would be regarding the location where the new rec center is, our $70 million rec center that we erected from taxpayer funds. I'm sure you heard about it. That land was donated by the Dunlaps many years ago, and there's also some other land that was donated by the Johnsons off of Johnson Boulevard. That's where the El Dorado Sheriff Department is and the Superior Court. And I was wondering if there would be any consideration from the Board of Supervisors to consider a swap of property. The 56 acres that was donated was prior to El Dorado County, was prior to the city's inception, city of South Lake Tahoe's inception in 1965. And so I was wondering if there might be some consideration to go ahead and simplify things. We do have that multi-million-dollar rec center, but we also have an existing senior center there, and it doesn't make sense for I don't know what type of negotiation you guys have, with the Superior Court and the city land that's owned on that. But, it seems like it would be a good for your constituents and for simplicity purposes to go ahead and maybe consider a swap for that 56 acres for that land off of Johnson Boulevard that was donated to the city. And, it would do a lot of things as far as free up future expansion, maybe a city council or city hall that might be located in, centrally to the area, maybe even a new senior center for the city. 34% of the city of South Lake Tahoe are seniors, and although they took quite a hit during COVID, they're growing in numbers, and it'd be nice to have something centrally located both for city meetups and the seniors as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Sharmi's iPhone.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sharmi Stevenson. I'm the Executive Director for the Fall River and Pitt Resource Conservation Districts up in Northeastern California. I just wanted to make you guys aware of an item that could be of interest to many of the small businesses in the El Dorado County area for forest health and fire prevention projects. I'm currently working with the new owner of El Dorado Forest Solutions, a young man who purchased this business in your area very recently. And he has asked me to help him with a grant application to the CAL FIRE Business and Workforce Development Grant. This, if you're not familiar with this grant, it's something that helps Wow, I am really struggling. It's something that helps for-profit businesses. So anybody that owns a for-profit business can apply for this grant. They do things such as pieces of forestry equipment. They help mill sites, etc. In any event, he's looking to purchase another tiger cat with a large masticator head to do project work in the El Dorado County area. And with that being said, this is an opportunity, for many businesses there. But one of the criteria of this is letters of support. The letters of support are heavily weighed, and it's not to say that you favor one contractor over another, because any contractor can go after this grant and any contractor can request a letter of support. What it is saying is that we support the idea of more equipment being utilized through this grant process coming into our area to do forest health and fire prevention treatments. So I have asked for a letter of support that has been denied. In a conversation with Grant, he explained to me that the county is not interested in providing letters of support, which I think is very unfortunate. I get these letters of support from Shasta County, Modoc County, Lassen County, and they give them freely because they want to see as much equipment and as many upgrades to the facilities that we have in the area. So I would urge the El Dorado County supervisors to rethink that. It's not saying that there's a conflict, that you provide support, saying, yes, in concept, we think this is great. Go after this funding and get more machinery into our area. So I think there's some confusion there. And I would respectfully request that this be revisited and a letter of support be provided to El Dorado Forest Solutions before the deadline of May 20th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from London Litza.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, good afternoon. So I'm speaking as a mother of four and a resident of this county today. I'm not here to argue over accounting jargon. Let's see. I'm here because the county's financial statements show problems that ordinary families would be expected to take seriously, even if the government officials would rather move past them quickly. So the first red flag is that the county is $296 billion in the hole on its unrestricted bottom line. Families understand what it means when the bills are bigger than the flexible money available to cover them. The second red flag is that the county's general fund cushion has dropped to about 120 days of runway room. So last year was 139 days. That means the cushion is shrinking, and the county now only has about 4 months of flexible operating coverage. The third red flag is that the county reimbursed a developer more than $1 million.
So are you referring to the audit reports that were on our consent calendar this morning?
This is just kind of a jumble of a couple things.
Well,
I don't think.
You're referencing those documents that were on our agenda, and this is public comment on items not on our agenda?
Okay, let me continue to go through then, because I have about 12 red flags. Let me see. Let's see, the ninth red flag. Is the mitigation fee part of the audit report?
Yes.
Pensions, retiree health, landfill obligations?
Yes, all of that. It's all part of the audit report. Do you have anything you'd like to bring to the board's attention that was not discussed today?
I just think the county is really trying to sweep a lot of things under the rug in multiple ways, with building and planning all the way down to, now it sounds like the audit report. And so as a mother, I don't think this kind of explanation or sweeping under the rug would work in a normal household. I would tell my children everything is fine, or I wouldn't tell them everything is fine. I wouldn't ignore stuff. I think the government should be held accountable to some standard. And I think the board should require a public explanation of the Serrano, CFD reimbursement, publish the retrospective review recommended by the auditors, and explain how the county plans to deal with its shrinking general fund cushion.
Thank you for your comments.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring this back to the board. I do want to ask my colleagues if you would allow for one more public comment. I know Mr. Nave walked in on Tahoe time, which was about 7 minutes after 1, and we'd already concluded in-person comments, but I'm pretty sure he's here to present something to us. So if you would allow, I would like to open it back up to public comment in the room. Mr. Nave.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Do I have to turn anything on?
You're on.
First off, thanks for being here. It's nice to have fresh faces up here. We hear about you. It's only a myth, but it's nice to physically have you all up here. So thanks. I wasn't sure if this was talked about in the public forum at all, but I've been getting I have a morning radio show up here. In fact, the esteemed Brooke Lane's going to be on my show tomorrow. And I get a lot of call from listeners about what's going on I've been up here 25 years. My name's Howie Nave, by the way, sorry. And, but a lot of people have been calling about the U.S. Forest Service, about the reforestation, the 11,700 acres. And I've always had the Forest Service on my show until I ranted about the Tamarack fire and what a mess that was, so they don't call me. So now, but I'm just wanting to know what the board's view on that. Does the Board of Supervisors even take a view on the reforestation? I've heard at the business expo we had up here, a couple of people said, oh, the U.S. Forest Service has said that because of the pushback, they're going to delay it. And then I get a lot of other sources and from politicians saying, no, they're just going to reschedule it later this year. So I didn't know what was going on with that, if any of you are been apprised of this and keeping on top of it, because it's getting a lot of calls. So that's why the only reason I decided to pop out here, the fact that you guys come up here, every 6 months. So if there's any way you can address that, have any of you dealt with U.S. Forest Service in any way, shape, or form, I'd be really, really curious to know your input on that, even though I know you're not like from up here, but it's still, it is a nationwide thing with this Roundup herbicide that they're using in the reforestation process. And that's pretty much just it. Do I stay here or can I sit back?
If you are done, we thank you for
I am
coming, and
done.
you can have a seat.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the closed session, or the open forum portion of our meeting, and I'm going to ask, do you think that we'll have any report out from closed session?
No, Madam Chair, I do not anticipate a report out.
Okay. To my colleagues then, would you like to do board member updates? Oh, yeah. We can do that first, and then we can go into closed session. Who would like to start? Supervisor Ferrero, you want to start?
Okay. I have a few things. Last week, Supervisor Veerkamp, along with the CAO's office and Health and Human Services, went and visited Assemblywoman Patterson, Assemblywoman Hadwick, and Senator Alvarado Gill to talk about the importance of the state funding the HR1 programs and how it's going to, potentially affect our county to the tune of $15 million in the first year if these programs aren't funded as a result of HR1. So they seemed receptive, but the Senate Budget Committee released their recommendations yesterday for the following year for the May revise, and HR1 wasn't mentioned, so not too optimistic. Last Thursday, we had the El Dorado County Transportation Committee meeting, and then I attended a grand opening of a new business in El Dorado Hills called the Art and Bloom Studio. So that is about all. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, last week while we were doing our interviews in the afternoon, Farm Day was going on at the El Dorado County Fairgrounds. I did attend in the morning, very well attended by 960 third graders. We missed Tahoe's third graders this year, but hopefully maybe next year they can get back in. But it's a great day. Supervisor Farrow talked about the advocacy, but I still think our voices were heard, and we had some good dialogue. On the 7th, we had a fair ad hoc where we talked about the armory and possibilities of potentially getting it back. Transit transportation, as Supervisor Ferrero alluded to. And then yesterday, SACOG had policy and innovation where we discussed SB 1087, and that's the replacement for SB 375, and where it currently stands, moving through committee. And then strategic planning in the afternoon for SACOG. Also, never too late to start that old discussion about RENA. So even though it's not due till 28, we're starting that process. And comments from myself were one size does not fit all, state of California. So anyway, it's early in the process. And then Wednesday, we have a water agency meeting tomorrow morning. So looking forward to that. That's
Excellent.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to a little bit rely on the Title 25 kickoff ceremony that we had on Wednesday, the 29th. A great event. Brian ended up showing up there, and Kathy were there. So thank you for showing up there. It was a great event. We worked on it, a lot of emotion. I was very emotional. because it's been a long time coming, and especially thinking outside the box to make something happen. Now, I'm getting to Leo. We're looking at other ways to fund this. Leo, I know you talked about it. I'm sure you listen online. But this is only for the people that had no insurance or way underinsured. Residents are building back up there in Grizzly Flats because the board here took an action to waive all the building permit fees. So people are coming back. There's some people that sold their property and moved on, but a lot of houses are being built up there. And I encourage you to just take a drive up there and look around and see what's going on. Also working with Heather Hadwick. So she thinks she's got the money for the school. She's going to let me know this week. She says it's very positive on it, so we can get the school rebuilt. So a lot of things are going on, and you got to understand, these are for just the people that did not have an insurance or way underinsured. But a lot of people are rebuilding back in Grizzly Flats, so the community's coming back is what it is. So anyway.
All right.
And then hang on. So then I had we had the meeting when, basically Lori and I had a meeting with I can't even think of his name right now, but anyway, from the train from Folsom.
Oh, the Placerville, Sacramento Railroad.
And it was really positive on that.
Yeah.
So that was kind of good. And then I attended the meeting yesterday on JPA Southeast Connector for the trail and train. So that was a good event too. So anyway, things are going good.
Great.
So
All
anyway.
right. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, and as a result of that meeting we had with the railroad, Placerville, Sacramento Railroad folks, I did follow up with staff, library director, all kinds of staff to make sure they knew we were doing that. And I think there may be a board item coming later this year for some clarity on a couple things there. But it's all very positive. The rail trail stuff is very exciting right now, and good movement, collaboration.
Right.
So really liking all of that.
And especially we can bring it all the way up. So
Yeah.
we're working on it.
All of that. And then I didn't make it to Farm Day. I missed it because we did have another LAFCO group meeting with Mosquito Fire, Garden Valley Fire, and staff. And, you know, we're just having monthly meetings to keep in touch, make sure that we're working on that sustainability for our small fire districts. And it's going really well and very positive. So wanted to thank the board for again, that providing the shared service agreement money out of the mosquito fire settlement funds. I think that was very well received by all the communities, and it's very, it's something that we haven't done before, and it's a very exciting opportunity. So I really appreciate that. And along those same lines, during our Transportation Commission meeting last week, I did ask the commissioners if they would direct that staff to explore a planning effort for Volcanoville Road using the mosquito fire settlement funds. And thank you to everyone here that's on that commission and the City of Placerville members. They did give that direction, so we will look into creating a planning effort with those funds for that community. I think it's very exciting because as I started talking to community members up there, it is going to be a little bit more than just, you know, paving the road and stuff. There's a little bit more involved. They want to make sure that using this mosquito fire settlement money to make sure that they are resilient. They need it up there desperately. So I cannot thank you guys enough for helping with that and making it happen. And then Supervisor Lane and I have been talking about Pioneer a lot. There's a lot to do there, and I think that's really all. That's it. That's good enough.
Okay, great. Well, you heard today about the Emerald Bay pilot project, and that's what I'm working on kind of around the clock right now because we're trying to stand that up for Memorial Day. So
wow.
Lots of things to get in place to make that happen. So that concludes my report. Madam CAO, do you have a report?
Just a reminder that next week on Thursday is our South Lake Tahoe Employee Appreciation Barbecue. So I'll be up for that because I'll also attend the ribbon cutting for the Cal Tahoe JPA building, finally. And so I'm sure we'd love to see supervisors up here in Tahoe for the lunch, if you can make it as well.
Excellent. Okay, we'll go ahead and convene into closed session. Mr. County Counsel.
Yes, we do have one closed session on the agenda. It's to confer with legal counsel on an existing litigation matter as more specifically identified on the agenda. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we'll go into closed session. How about we